I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EE System scalar wave healing technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EE System scalar wave healing technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EE System scalar wave healing technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EE System scalar wave healing technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put the little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EE System scalar wave healing technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EE System scalar wave healing technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EE System scalar wave healing technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EE System scalar wave healing technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th.
Okay, Manuel test. No? You can hear me now. Okay, the dongle isn't working. That's the problem. Okay, so we're going to have to go without the mic. So we're going to have you speak up a little bit so that you can speak loud. Okay, great.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Just about ready. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, we'd like to welcome you here today. And thank you so much for coming and joining us and hearing the wonderful talk that you are about to benefit from. I'd like to introduce Gwen. It's, I know everybody has. Yeah. I was saying what your name is. So do you want to say it for me?
Yeah, Nuyet.
Many
of my clients call me Moon. Is my nickname.
Either. Okay. Thank you. So, and that's part of your introduction. She's a natural born energy healer with divine gifts. Moon channels source energy with the highest level of frequency to facilitate healing for physical, emotional, spiritual, and mental pain, because none of us have mental pain. She has helped people with a range of health conditions, including insomnia, arthritis, headaches, menstrual cramps, erectile dysfunction, spinal fusions, spinal stenosis, urinary tract infections, depression, anxiety, allergies, and cysts. In addition, Moon offers channeled copper and sterling silver bracelets that can be customized to heal a variety of emotional and physical ailments. Today, Moon will share her unique healing modality with us, and she will also offer, is that right?
Yeah.
A free 5-minute channeled group healing session for all attendees. So please enjoy.
Thank you everyone for coming today. You can call me Moon or Nuyet. My name actually means moon in Vietnamese, so that's why I chose the nickname Moon. And some clients think I work with the moon. Moon is just the meaning of my name. And I appreciate everyone coming today. And today I'm also going to not only do a 5-minute whole group healing session, I'm going to pull audience members for healing demonstrations because I'm able to facilitate instantaneous healing. So it won't take that long. It usually takes not more than 1 to 2 minutes. So I'm a natural born healer. Sorry, the presentation's over here with divine gifts. So I was born with the gift to channel source energy of the highest frequency to heal many forms of physical or emotional pain. And usually I only do 1 session, and my clients actually, majority of them, I would say over 80% of them, if the session works, they experience long-term pain relief. So the pain, like for some clients, it's 100% long-term pain relief where the pain doesn't come back at all, where they're still pain-free. I actually have been following up with some of my past clients from 8 months ago, and some of them are still pain-free. And I also have another gift where I can take any object. It could be a plastic cup, a rock from the ground. I've used watches, cell phones, and I can take any object and infuse it with my intentions and project source energy into it to facilitate healing of physical or emotional pain. So I've used a watch for multiple times to help people with headaches, anxiety, and stress. And it actually, I do get, and I use bracelets also. For bracelets, I can put intention to for eczema, insomnia. So I can put any intention in the object, and I can customize it to client needs or requests. So that's another gift I have. I actually was told I had that gift 8 years ago by a Reiki master and reconnected healer in Sedona, Arizona, and she's also a psychic, and I didn't believe her because it just didn't seem realistic and possible until I knew I had my gift 8 years ago when I injured my back, and I was using copper bracelets but unconsciously, when I was putting the copper bracelet, it would get rid of or 80% or most of my pain. But I thought it was the copper bracelet. Like I was unconsciously putting intention into it to heal. So I was self-healing myself. And she told me it's not the bracelet. Like when I went to Sedona, she said it's your intentions and you can use any object or no object. And it was not until July of last year where I met another healer who did an automatic writing session for me. And she told me the same thing. She says, you can use any object or no object. Like you can take, she had a statue on her table. She says, you can hand someone this statue. It was like a big rock of a figurine and tell them that their pain will go away. And I was just thinking, that's the second time someone told me that. So it must be true. And I was experimenting. I was using people's iPhone, their watches, and like cell phones, and people were getting results. And when I'm going to show the video when I was in Turlock, and when I channel objects, it only takes me 15 to 20 seconds. I used to just say one statement. I would use my own words. I would just say that their pain will go away, or I'll put, and back then I would just say a prayer that their pain will go away. And for some people, they actually experience 100% pain relief. And I actually have a client from April of last year where I gave the bracelet, a copper bracelet, to his sister, and the sister gave it to him. He lives in Napa, and ever since he had the bracelet, she told me his back pain is not only gone, but he no longer walks with a cane. He had level 9 pain, and now it's been 0%, no pain for almost a year now. And so even I've never met him. I don't know what he looks like. I just got an email from him thanking me and giving me a written testimonial about like how he no longer needs to walk with a cane and all his pain is gone. She says that she saw him in the backyard doing yard work like the very next day, and she was shocked. And most of my clients in the beginning, they have to rely on the object. When they take the object off, the bracelet, the watch, or whatever object that I channel, the pain comes back. And then when they put it on, it goes away. But but some of my clients, it integrates in their body where they don't even need to rely on the object anymore. It was like when a year ago when I was, my original plan was just to start a business selling channeled copper bracelets. But then I did a session last year, so I discovered I also have a gift for also doing healing sessions as well. And so I use my own words, and I also I'm a conduit, so I'm not doing the healing, so I'm just a conduit or a vessel for source energy. So I always explain that to my clients, and the sessions are not 100% guaranteed. Like for some clients, it just doesn't work or not many cases, but I have some cases where the pain is gone, but then the next day or 3 or 4 days later, 100% of the pain comes back, and then they would need an additional session for the pain to be temporary. Like for some people, it only temporarily works. But when I touch my hands, I would say I'm at least 90%. Where 2 months ago, I started incorporating and using laying my hands on clients, and then it's just more immediate. And when I use my hands, it's, most of the time it's instantaneous as well. So I'm going to show you some testimonials. Rosa is the one that I told you about. She has a brother who no longer walks with a cane. He didn't want to.
Very thankful to Mia for helping my brother. He was walking with a cane. He had hurt his back. I told her about.
Sorry, the video's working all right.
About it, and she recommended her copper bracelet. I got it for him. I took it back to him. He wore it, and by the next day, he was walking without a cane, and the pain was gone. This was 7 months ago, and he hasn't been using the cane anymore or the bracelet. Sometimes if his back starts to hurt, he'll put it on, but within hours, the pain is gone.
So he no longer uses that's one of the video testimonials. So as you can see, she says that it's been 7 months ago. So I never did the session with him. I told you I never met him. So I also have the gift where I can put in any object, and people have experienced pain relief through that. And then this is when I was at Enlightenment Expo. This was months ago, back in December. No, it was during Christmas time, and it was the first time where I was just taking different clients' objects, and I spent about 15 seconds on each object, just putting intentions that the pain will go away. And these are some of the testimonials I collected. This is all at the same fair. So I used her watch.
I stopped by the booth at the holistic fair to see Niette, and I was having some neck pain. She asked for my watch, and she put prayers and intentions into my watch. And as soon as I put it back on, my neck pain was gone.
Hi, yes, I'm here at the Holistic Expo. Came to visit Juliette, and she used my phone to put her personal intentions that my arm pain would go away, and I noticed that the pain did significantly go away.
My name is Santiago, and I'm here with Juliette, and she, like earlier, like I was feeling like shoulder pain, like all the way shoulder pain. I can't even do this. Now I'm able to hold myself now again, move my arms. Yeah, she did a little prayer on my little bracelet right here, and ever since I put it, ever since she did the prayer and I put it back on, I'm able to. Yeah, like my pain tolerance was from 1 to 10. It was at 10. I couldn't even barely move my arm or anything. Just to even get out of the chair was hurting. But now it's like at a 1. I'm like, seriously, it just feels so much better now. Like you have no idea. Like it's like, oh my God, I'm able to move.
And thank you so much.
Okay, so after Lydia put her intentions onto the bracelet, my pain was like at 10, and it was hard for me to get up and out of the chair. So I would say it dropped down to about a 1, and I definitely feel a difference, and it's definitely working.
I'm at the Holistic Center, or Expo at Turlock, and Juliette, she was lovely, sat me down. I think it only took 15 seconds of putting her intention into my bracelet here, and I'd say about 80% of my knee pain just honestly went away. I literally just walked outside with her, and I feel a lot better.
And another thing I forget to mention to clients is that later on, when I check in with many of them, all of it, right now, a lot of them are saying 80% or 70%. A couple hours later, when I check with them, it's all gone. Because I did all these video testimonials right after I did the intentions for their personal objects. And in the beginning, I didn't want to, I used cell phones for the first time once because I know it has electromagnetic frequencies and radiation, but for some reason, I just do intention to block that, and it does work too, even when I use cell phones, and I've used Apple Watches as well. Like I was resistant to using those in the beginning, but and then I have Linda is, let's see, she's also actually I'm not gonna show this one yet, but this because it's a longer testimonial. I have over 60 video testimonials on my Instagram, so if you want to see the rest of them, you can check it out. And I'm gonna
Okay, so my name is Rachel, and I was describing in the last video about the stenosis. So I have the stenosis between C1 and C2. So basically, like the vertebrae are kind of collapsing and rubbing, and the nerves are inflamed. But what it does cause is this deep, like throbbing kind of headache thing. So that's what I describe as headache. It's like I think the muscles flare up, and then the muscles around the skull flare up, and that causes this like deep pain. Anyway, so that's the kind of thing that I approached the end. I was like, I've got this. It's been almost not functional when I have it, and my left eye is a little off. And so anyway, she handed me this necklace, the rainbow fluorite, and it was instantly gone. And she was like, "How's your pain?" I'm like, "It's gone." It was kind of shocking. But anyway, so it's that, or the copper bracelet. So another point, I use the copper bracelet and also my pain when instantly. So if I don't have either one of them relieves the pain and the service. I don't need to have both on, but either one relieves the pain. But when I don't have them on, the pain returns. So
So for her, later on, I did a session with her and her pain is gone and the day's gone, even though she usually goes to see a chiropractor because she has spinal stenosis. And I've helped multiple people with spinal stenosis, like as well. So that's another, and her. So Connie, this is one of, actually have some clients who no longer, multiple clients who no longer walk with a cane. And this is actually my very first testimony when I was up.
I'm Connie. I just have a healing session with Jeanette, Nuyet, and wellness and healing with them. And I began hurt 20 years ago from a car accident. And I've been using maybe 10 to 12 as the highest 20 for it because I don't want to hear it anymore with a kid. So I say it went 12. And I started walking a little bit more because the doctor wanted me to, and started coming down. But it was still at 9 and 10 when I first saw the moon. And now it is down to, it went from 10 to 3, and now it's down to 1. And I have amazed. That moon is really a good healer in that, and I believe is her. Thank you, and God bless.
She, and that, well, but there's a separate video too, but she no longer walks with a cane. It was that day, and she's like, I checked in with her about a week or 2 weeks later, and she says she still doesn't use her cane. So she had level 10 pain for 20 years. She also had a car accident. There's more to the video, but that was one of the videos. And then I also do pets too. There's also a video where I actually have 2 pet testimonials, one for a dog and then a turtle now. And then I also helped a cat. I'm also a distance healer too. So I did a session for a cat where her cat was throwing up and it had viruses. And it wasn't eating. After the session, the cat was no longer nauseous and it started eating again. And I also recently posted on my Instagram, I did also a turtle who wasn't eating and it started eating immediately after my session ended. So I've done urinary, I also do virtual sessions for physical and emotional pain. And the virtual sessions work just as well as an in-person session if the person believes in it. Because I've cleared urinary tract infections, brain fog, physical pain. Like I had someone from one of the talks actually told me that her brother called her and I had a virtual session with him 4 days ago and his pain is gone. And like, she's hoping that he won't need surgery anymore. So I'm also able to facilitate group sessions. When I first started, I used to do 2 people at once.
About, I'd say late August, early September, I just woke up with major hip pain and it's constantly nagging me. Like every time I stood up, every time I got out of the car, anytime I would like stand up or get out of bed, I would have major pain on my left side, all radiating from my hip. So I would have to take a couple seconds, like before it would go away, or I'd have to walk a little bit before it would go away, and it was just constant. I had a healing session with Nuyet, 15-minute healing session. My wife and I had a group session, and literally Nuyet asked me if the pain went away, and I told her honestly, I won't know until I stand up. So she asked me to stand up, I stood up, and seriously, even right now, I don't even believe it. It's kind of crazy to me, like no pain. Like I stood up perfectly fine multiple times with no pain.
So I did him and his wife at the same time. I used to do 2 people at once all the time before I did touch, and I can still do 2 people, do healing sessions for 2 people at once. But I had clients that would be resistant to it first because they said, oh, one-on-one is better, but it's just as effective, just as strong. Because I've had many cases where 2 people both had level 10 pain and both of their pains were gone. And I want to show you, this is a video testimonial. This is one of the ones I'm going to show. When I was in San Rafael, I actually had 2 clients in the audience. This was from the SoulSearch event that just took place, where their neck pain and their shoulder pain was gone.
Sorry, hi, this is Nuyet, and I just did a whole group healing session, and I'm gonna ask one of the attendees on how she felt afterwards.
Yes, I just got after the session, started moving my shoulder. That was painful. My neck was stiff, and I feel great.
What was your level of pain before the whole group healing session?
Oh,
and now it's 0%. It's completely gone, and that was just a 5-minute group healing session during my talk. Thank you.
So I just want to share talk. Like when I was in Dublin, there were 6 people in the audience. There was a whole group of 30 people who came up to me afterwards, and they said their headache is gone. One person says her knee pain was gone. So you can actually experience, but some people don't experience it, but there have been cases. So this is another client. This is the last video I'm going to show, and then I'll just start. I'm going to go into the whole group.
Yeah, I just did a whole group healing session for everyone in the room, about probably 15 people. And Victoria, do you want to talk about how you felt?
Yeah, I have a chronic neck and shoulder pain, and it feels like it's pretty much gone after that session.
After the 5-minute whole group healing session. Thank you. Yeah, I just did a whole group healing session for everyone in the room.
So I checked back with one client from my Dublin one that has stomach pain. She said she had chronic stomach pain for 6 weeks. And like when I checked with her last weekend, she told me that the pain stayed away. Her pain went away during the 5-minute whole group healing session, which I'm about to start right now. So even when I'm doing the whole group healing session, some clients do have, like, I have many instances where some clients, like an audience, do experience physical pain relief or emotional pain relief during the whole group healing session. So we're going to go ahead and put on meditation music to start the session. Do I have permission to connect with everyone's soul? Yeah. You can just nod your head. Yes?
Yes, maybe.
Yeah, we can ask.
But if you don't have access, you sit with something virtually or?
I could do virtually, because I've done virtually. I did a virtual session for a girl involving, like, where she had severe menstrual cramps, and then she also had like back pain, and it was gone. So I don't have to see the person face to face. And another thing too, I can also send that person a bracelet, and I don't have to know them. I don't have to physically know them or see their. What? I don't have to even talk to them. But during the whole group healing session, all those cases where people were experiencing spontaneous and instantaneous pain relief, I wasn't aware. I'm not able to see auras, and I can't. I wasn't aware of their pain, but it was still happening. So when I'm doing sessions, I'm aware of the pain, because it works better if the client tells me and they're more specific with their intentions. But when I'm doing a whole group healing session, I don't have to know what the person's pain is. Because a lot of the clients who came up to me, or the audience members, they thought I knew. They thought I was doing a body scan. Because there were so many people back when I was in the Pleasanton show where their pain, like, it's one area of their pain was gone. And a lot of them had chronic pain too. Does anyone also have any more questions before I start?
Do you have any experience dealing with hot flashes?
Yeah, I do hot flashes. I do hot flashes instantaneously. Where I actually have like at least 2 video testimonials on my Instagram on hot flashes, where I can actually feel, when I touch them, I can feel their body temperature cool down. I've actually had one client that was sweating profusely, and I touched her skin, and like I felt it cool down, and her hot flashes instantly went away. And I had another client, she was sweating a lot, and I said, "Oh, do you have hot flashes? You know, I can do intentions for hot flashes." So she said yes. Even before I touched her, I just stated that I'll do intentions to clear her hot flashes. Her hot flashes was already gone.
Did you have feedback? Is that related, because it's like, oh, I'm off night?
No, I got feedback. Yeah, I got feedback from them too, where their insomnia is gone. They're able to sleep better, and like it worked long term. Mm-hmm. So it's not 100% guaranteed for everyone, but I do menopause symptoms, hot flashes, insomnia, and also physical conditions too, as well, like physical pain.
Attention to the small
What?
tension.
Yeah. Stress, anxiety, yeah, and tension, yeah, as well, and headache. Yes.
Are you able to heal, like, if somebody has multiple pains?
Yes. If you watch one of the ones that I pinned, she has at least 10 different conditions: insomnia, hot flashes, sciatica, and bladder control loss. I didn't know I was able to do it, but she asked me for that intention. And like chronic fatigue. If you look at that video, that was all in one session, and her session was only like 10 to 15 minutes too. Since I'm able, for some clients, I only have to touch them for like 5 to 10 seconds, and then their pain is gone. Like I had one client that was 78, and like I saw her fold up the cane. She left
like, you know, I didn't know she was going to do that. I only touched her shoulder for 5 to 10 seconds. And she's like, pain gone. Then I touched her hip and her back. It's all over her body. Like her, I don't have to touch. I could just touch the hand. I don't have to touch the specific body part, but it could just be work just as well. And I also can just do no touch. It works just as effective with no touch, but most of the time it's not as instantaneous. It's not as intense. And they can actually feel my hands heat up when I'm touching them. And she was 78, walking slowly with a cane. I saw her like in front of me. She pulled up her cane. And I've had some clients that like, it's like their back is straighter. And there's one video testimony where it's posted on my Instagram. She says where her doctor says her knee is severely misaligned. So her knee buckles and she has weakness in one knee and she can't get upstairs. So when I laid my hand on her knee, she says she felt the kneecap literally shift back into alignment. And I had another client who said the same thing. She was in one of my talks. She says that during the whole group healing session, she felt her spine in her neck, she felt it realigned. And ever since then, she gave me a video testimonial too. Like her tension and her stiffness and her pain in her neck has stayed gone. Like it's not completely gone, but it significantly reduced, but it never was back to the level, you know, like her pain reduction, like it stayed, like most of her pain still stayed away. You know, she has more movement in her neck. So I do, so everyone has different results, but some people, like I do have clients that don't walk with a cane as well. Hey, any more questions? Yes?
I was really have 2 quick questions. Have we, I've never seen your name before, so I want to butcher it. And then number 2, when it comes to like people, animals, and pets, what was that area you covered? Like how far up north, how far south? When it's like non-remote.
I actually, for my name is Nuyet, like the G is silent, or you can call me Moon. Most of my clients call me Moon because it's like, for remote, I can cover, you know, I gave everyone the brochure. If you open up the brochure, there's more to it because I can't list everything. I also do nasal congestion. It covers for remote. I've done hot flashes, constipation, digestive issues virtually for remote, brain fog, chronic fatigue. I can do as many things remote as I can do in person, basically. But and I don't have to have any objects with me at the time. I also have a gift where I can telepathically channel the objects virtually too, because there are 2 instances where I cleared 2 people's UTIs within 2 minutes, and I just used their probiotic drink. One lady, I used her kombucha, and one lady, I don't have to have it in front of me because both of them were more than an hour away from me at the time. But the distance doesn't matter. As long as the person believes in it, then I'm 100% self-taught too, just so you know. So everything, I'm just using my own words. When I use my own words, it's more powerful. If I use, you know, another person's another healer's method and use their prayers, it's just not as, it takes longer. It's not as instantaneous. So I went back to just using, when I first started, I used a vocal crystal and I was using another healer's prayers. But when I speak from the heart and I use my own words, it's just always more effective. So most of the time, when I demonstrate, I'll be using my own words. And I speak my words inside my head too, so I don't say it out loud. But I say some of the things out loud too. So before we run out of time, I want to start the healing group session. So I have permission to connect with everyone's soul, right? Yes. Okay, so did I answer all the questions?
Sort of like location wise.
It doesn't matter where.
They can be in Bali, they can be in Africa, they can be in Japan.
Yeah, I think like the in-person session, not the remote stuff.
Oh, the in-person session?
Where are you located?
Oh, where am I located? Oh, sorry about that. Oh, I live an hour from here. I'm in Antioch, California, but I do home visits. So I travel to clients' homes as well too, and I also do remote sessions as well. Okay. Does that answer all the questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Oh yeah. So can you just nod your head again if I have permission to connect with your soul? And then I'm gonna put a bubble of white light protection around you, so only white light and positive energy can come through. And I only work with positive energy and pure energy as well too. So I'm gonna put a bubble white light and protection around me, so only positive energy and white light can come through. And then I'm gonna clear all of each of you guys' energy of all negative charges, low vibrational energy as well, and all emotional charges. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn on the music. I'm gonna end it there. Does anyone want to share if you felt any difference? Yes?
Have a slip disc in my back.
Yeah.
The first 5 minutes I sit in the chair.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh, so
I felt the table in my back.
So you had a slip disc in your back.
I did.
And right when you before the healing session, the whole group healing session, you felt pain, right? And now 100% of the pain is gone. What was your level of pain before the session?
About 6 because this chair is very uncomfortable. I can't sit very long.
Is it a chronic level 6 pain that you usually have?
Yeah.
Okay, so now your chronic pain, like your level 6 chronic pain is gone. But just so you know, I have clients who I follow up with them and the pain stays, like some of their pain stayed away. I haven't followed up with all of them. Yeah, there's at least 2 clients where they told me their pain, it stayed away too. So, and you're welcome. Is there anyone else that wants to share?
I think I'm checking on my elbow right now because it's been bothering me for months. And before you started the session, I was checking the pain and I'm looking for it now. I think it's still, I think I can still kind of find it, but not as easily as before.
So your elbow pain reduced then, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's but before the session you felt it. You felt
it was
more.
obvious to find
It was
Now
obvious.
it takes a little bit of time. I still find it, but not in that level, or not as easily. Earlier it was like a bigger area was surrounded. Now it's hard to find. I can still find it, but it's less than it was before.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. I appreciate you both sharing. Thank you for sharing too, as well. Is there anyone else that wants to share? Or okay, so I'm gonna. Does anyone who has chronic pain want to volunteer to come up and I'm gonna demonstrate a session? Okay, so do you want to come up? Good. And then where's your pain at? Good.
I had.
Sorry, cameras.
I had joint pain all over and mostly in my ankles and my feet.
Okay, so I'll just hold your hand. Is that where the pain is most intense?
Yeah, in my feet and my
Okay.
ankles.
What's your name?
Sue.
Sue. Okay, so do I have permission to connect with your soul?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna just clear my energy. And then I'm gonna also clear your energy. I'm gonna just clear your only negative energy. And then I'm gonna put a bubble of white light protection around you so only positive energy white light can come through. And I'm putting a bubble of white light protection around you so only positive energy white light can come through. So is it aches and pains in your ankles?
I have
rheumatoid arthritis on both of your?
everything.
Oh, is it your ankles and your feet?
Yeah, and my elbows and my
Okay,
hands.
so I'll just do your ankles and your feet because like just balance. I'm gonna just do one area of pain right now.
Okay.
Nice. Do you feel any difference?
Yeah, I do. It feels improved.
By how much? What was your level before?
5 and step to 2.
Down to 2. Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Here, I can amplify an object. You have an object. Or you don't.
Earrings, yeah.
Yeah.
Earrings?
Or I can touch your
Okay. Wasn't prepared.
Do you feel further reduction?
Yeah, a little bit. The stiffness is still there, but yeah.
I'll do intentions for the stiffness. So do you still feel the stiffness? Or is it reduced?
Yeah, it is reduced a little bit. Yeah.
Thank
Hope
you.
it look it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wants? Okay. What was your name?
Yes,
Yes, okay. Okay. Do you have permission to connect with your soul? Yes. So I'm going to clear my energy. And I'm going to clear. I'm going to put a bubble of white light protection on you, so only positive energy white light come through. I'm going to put a bubble of white light protection on you, so only positive energy white light come through. Where's your pain?
shoulders.
Okay, so is it achiness, stiffness, or soreness? I'll just touch your shoulder. Okay. So I have permission to touch you too, sorry. Yes. Okay, so do you feel any difference in your shoulder?
Yes.
So what was your pain level before?
8.
And what is it now?
3.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank
And here, you do have.
I don't have
Yeah.
an option.
It's okay. Is there anyone else that do you guys have chronic pain? I'm trying to find tension.
Wow.
Oh yes, sorry. I heard I already called. You could just come to my table later on.
Yeah.
Is it okay? Hi.
I always have to.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna. What's your name?
Lorinda.
Lorinda. Okay. Do I have permission to connect with your soul? So I'm gonna clear my energy. I'm gonna put a bubble white light protection on you, so only positive energy white light come through. I'm putting a bubble white light protection on me, so only positive energy white light come through. I'm going to clear my energy. Okay, I'm going to clear your energy. And I have permission to touch,
Yeah, of
right?
course.
Okay, so do you feel the tension? Is it reduced?
Yeah, it is.
Yes. Is it still
I
there?
don't feel like I don't feel it.
Oh, so it's 100% gone.
It's 100%.
Okay, so the tension was 100% gone. Okay. Do I have time for that, or is it done? I'm not sure what the time is.
Does she have time?
Yeah, we're ready for it.
I have a here. Here. Oh yeah, sure. Okay, thank you. Okay, this is the last one. Sorry. Hi.
Hi. I would say the thing that's bothering me the most right now, I do have arthritis, but I also have spinal stenosis and multiple sclerosis.
Okay.
So right now, the thing that's bugging me the most is my hands.
Okay. Okay. So what's your name?
Renee.
Renee. Okay. I'm gonna clear my energy of all. I have to clear my energy. Okay, I'm gonna put a bubble white light protector on you so only positive energy and white light come through. I'm putting a bubble white light protector on you so only positive energy and white light come through. And then is it stiffness, soreness in your hand?
It's soreness.
Do I have permission to connect with your soul?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in this hand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, so do you feel any difference?
Maybe a tad bit. I mean, I could feel like almost like a energy source coming through it, like it's like going through this finger.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, still definitely stiff.
Yes. Okay, so I just channeled it too.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Moon, where's your table key?
Towards the front entrance. Thank you so much. Sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm hoping to be able to put the little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years.
All right. You want to step forward a little bit with me? Here we go. So welcome everyone. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, we're really happy to have you here. And welcome to this wonderful talk by Allison Edwards. If I may introduce Allison, she has been a past life regressionist, a therapist for 22 years, helping thousands of clients from around the world heal the wounds of the past and find inner peace. Allison has her spiritual awakening had at 21, which led to 38 years of study and deep practice. Whether from a past life or this life, traumatic experiences leave a mark, often hiding in the subconscious where we don't even know that they're operating. Traumatic imprints cause negative thinking, increase worry and finances in the future, worry about finances in the future, excuse me. They limit our ability to have good relationships, and they hold us back from operating in love. Today, Allison will do a deep dive into not only how past life trauma affects us, but also how to heal. Sounds great.
Yay! All right. Hi guys, I'm Allison. I just want to ask first, what brings you here? Like, just give me maybe a one word of, why you're in the room. I'm going to start with you, put you on the spot.
Spiritual knowledge about myself.
Beautiful, spiritual knowledge about myself. Yeah, for sure.
Curiosity.
Okay. Curiosity.
Wait.
Okay.
I had a Kundalini awakening.
Amazing. Cool.
Spiritual and just learning about healing.
Yep, great.
To learn your techniques.
Okay, cool. Learning and evolving. I'm just like getting a little read on why people are here. Like what's like a one word of
That's the people behind you. Yeah. 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 So curiosity, learning, healing, learning about healing. I think that like all of us are on a kind of a path to some kind of awakening, right? So I'm Alison. I had a spiritual awakening when I was 21. It was very unexpected. And I felt like I was walking with angels for about 18 months, which was an incredibly beautiful experience. And the life I had been leading up until then was really the opposite. I was overweight, like I was over 200 pounds. I was drinking a lot, sleeping around, getting fired from jobs, that kind of thing. And, you know, I was really, is this all there is in life? Like, what is there to do? I can't imagine myself doing the regular things. What is there to do? And through that awakening that I had, I realized that maybe I had some stuff that I hadn't dealt with from my childhood. And on this journey, I've done a lot of amazing things. I've met a lot of incredible people. And here there are just, you know, beautiful souls, as you can see out there, trying to help and trying to like be part of the solution. And I did a lot of great things, but I never really found the deep healing that I was seeking until I started to see a woman. I was in my mid-30s by then. I'd had eating disorders off and on from when I was about 14 or so, and I was 35, 36-ish. And I started seeing a woman who did the work that I do now. Hi guys, come in, come in. And like with a lot of healing things, I would go have a cry, feel some light, come and do some healing work on me, and then I would leave. But the thing that struck me about it was I started living my life differently. So I'd had the spiritual awakening at 21, and then life just happened in relationships and things. And you want to hold on to those experiences, those big experiences of angels and awakening. But, you know, life happens. You trip over yourself. So I started seeing this woman in my mid-30s, and then I started to notice that I was showing up differently in my life. Like I would, this one day I went into my boss's office. I was a secretary in a law firm, and I asked, you know, I wanted to do a weekend workshop, and so I asked if I could have a couple of days off. So I walked into his office, and this is a big dude. He was physically very big, imposing. He had an office that was overlooking the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Opera House. Normally, I would walk in there and be like, can I, you know, I'd procrastinate until it was the last minute and everything inside would squeeze up. So this particular day, I walked in and I just said, oh, hey, Adrian, I've got a weekend workshop coming up. Can I take a couple of days off? And he turned around and he said, yeah, sure. Just make sure your desk is covered and tell HR. And I walked out of that big office and I stood in the hallway and I was like, what just happened? I had no anxiety. I talked to this person like he was a human being and I was a human being. I was able to just take up space. It was simple. And it wasn't like I didn't have to think about techniques beforehand. I didn't have to psych myself into it or do 10 counts of breathing or, you know, call a friend or anything. I just took action in my life and in a free way. And I thought, oh, something's different here. So the next, I don't know, maybe a month later or so, I was at my parents' place. And as we know, all the triggers come up around parents. They installed the buttons. They know how and where to push. So they live by the beach, about 4 hours north of Sydney in Australia, hence the accent. And so I was making myself a vegetable juice and I was going to go for a walk on the beach. It was like 8 o'clock in the morning. It was a beautiful sunny day. And I started the juicer and my mom from her bedroom was bustling in and she's like wrenching out plates from taking out eggs and, you know, this sort of frenzied energy, and it's super intense. So whenever I encountered this in the past, I'd be like, oh, you know, and feel like I was in trouble. And this is like, I'm in my mid-30s and I've been feeling this since day one. So I looked across at her and I went, oh, suddenly, because the work that I do is based in the third eye, and as a part of it, even though you're doing your own healing, you're also developing spiritual vision because it's a third eye based technique. So, and it's a lot easier than it sounds. If that sounds hard, it's not hard. Everybody has a third eye, you know, like everybody has a bicep. If you use your bicep, you can lift more. If you use your third eye, you can see more. It's very simple. So I looked across at my mom and I suddenly had this kind of third eye snapshot that, oh, her PTSD from being bombed in the Second World War, she wants every experience that I have to be perfect, beautiful, cared for. Yeah, just sit there, guys. You know, out of a Martha Stewart magazine. And so I could see this great love that she has for me, hitting this trauma charge and coming out like an attack. And it just, like, it really blew my mind. But once I saw that, all I could do was have compassion for her. And so since then, I just have been like, oh, she's not, you know, she doesn't hate me, apparently. Yeah, so it was really an interesting, different reflection on life. Like, it gave me a whole different perspective on life. And none of this is things that people have taught me. It's just along the way, the process happened. I stopped having bulimia and I'd been throwing up like a few times a week for about 8 years. I don't have any food issues anymore. I'm obviously confident talking to people. You know, it's just like all these things that I didn't expect have improved. And it's more than I kind of expected. So obviously I kept going. And then I started doing the classes because I really loved it. And the thing that I loved about it the most was there's a psychological component, like obviously understanding oneself better and where the motivations come from, what's happening. But then there's also this metaphysical aspect as well, which is I was getting in touch with angelic presences again, which, you know, that's my favorite thing. And I was also getting in touch with that side of myself. So all of us have a higher self. We all have a part you might maybe look at it as a baby angel, and that resonates with higher presences. So yeah, just come in. There's all these chairs here for you. You're great. Okay, so come on over. All right, so has anybody got any questions before I jump in?
I just want to say one of the comments. Yeah. You said with your relationship with your mom. I do have a lot of friends that do struggle with like the relationship with their mom or dad.
Yeah. For sure.
It's like eventually you do become an adult and you have people to peers. So.
Yeah, that can just be a hard transition, you know. It can be a really hard transition. Thanks. And just for the people online, that was a comment about how difficult the relationship with your mum is. I feel like that's such a primary relationship, you know, it's really major. And even for people who didn't have a mother or, you know, I have a very good friend whose mum started going into hospital for MS when he was 2, and his gap around that has really informed how he's able to show up in relationships and in life. So sometimes it's the, you know, what was happening to you or what was happening around you that impacts you, you know, whether it's bullying at school or a parental thing. But sometimes an absence can create, you know, just as much of an impact. All right, so I wanted to introduce just a really simple model of how we're put together as an energetic being, like subtle bodies, just so that we've got kind of a context to talk about things. So we all have and you know, if you think about a human as a pie, you can cut a pie any different way. You know, like there's 7 chakras, and some people have 15 chakras above the head and below, including the ones in the body. And so I'm just going to break it down into 4 simple, just so we've got a common ground to talk about things, yeah? And you can feel free to ask me about anything about it. So we've all got a physical body. I'm going to call the life force layer the different, you know, that makes us different from a rock. Like plants are alive, we're alive. I'm just going to call that the etheric body, the life force. And the astral body and the higher self are more where I'm going to talk about. And so in this instance, the astral is the reactional thoughts and emotions. So, you know, when you get triggered, this is where the buttons are. And it's a really broad topic. So, you know, the astral body is probably where you have your ability to do higher mathematical calculations as well. But so it's like quite broad, but I'm just going to talk about it in terms of this is where emotional imprints, scars impact you. It's more in the thoughts and the feelings level. And we have, you know, animals have an astral body, and I don't want to get into like whether your cat has a soul, because I think that, you know, pets are more individualized, but if you look at animals, they more have like, they don't really have the same kind of higher self that we do when they're in the wild. They more have like a group soul. Like you can see that if there's like a shoal of fish or a herd of antelope or something. Yes, there's individuality, but it's more that they're a group than they're an individual. Whereas we have a higher self. And so in terms of thoughts and feelings, the astral body is more where like the repetitive thinking and reactions and that kind of thing, emotional reactions. Whereas the higher self is where you've got unconditional love or wonder, you know, like when you look into the eyes of a baby and it's just like, you know, that's more where you're coming from your higher self. And they're not, obviously not split in a person, but I'm just kind of like breaking them apart a bit just to give us a language to talk. Yeah. So I want to talk about this Sanskrit word samskara. And samskara it's like a track or an imprint or a scar in the astral body, in that emotional body, right? Say we have a young man. This is the reason I'm a regression therapist and not an artist. But I think you can all see, like, this is our dude, right? So when he was born, he came prematurely. I'm making this up on the spot. When he was born, he was a premature baby. They put him in an incubator and separated him from his mother for 3 months because he was so new. He developed, where are the people? He doesn't have enough physical touch. He doesn't have his mother's presence. He doesn't have someone, he's not being nurtured by breastfeeding. So he develops like a, and in relationships, he doesn't remember any of this. That's an experience that happened to a baby. Going forward in life, though, he has a lot of problems with relationships. He doesn't trust women. He doesn't think they're going to be there. Like, that's a really easy. So the work that I do is to take people back into emotional wounds, whether it's from this life or from a past life. Work with the angelic presences that I have connected with me work with your angelic presences and your higher self. And when you hold a wound like this, hold any emotional wound in that kind of configuration of spiritual presence, your presence, and instead of running away from it, you go towards it, just be with it, something alchemical happens where, you know, maybe you'll have a big cry, maybe there'll be a catharsis, maybe you'll get cranky, but what happens to that wound is like a subtle opening, and it's very quiet, very sacred, very still. You know, the path towards it might have been like, wow. Yeah, and there's this kind of sacred thing that happens where, okay, finally that thing has peace. Before that moment though, how those things operate in your life, like I mentioned that in this scenario that I'm putting forward, this made him not trust women, but it also maybe made him not trust himself. The thing about it is those charges, there's an emotional charge around that thing. We're not that conscious that it's there. We just get around people and go, oh, I don't like that person. I don't trust them. But it's really this that's driving the bus. And so how that might look, that guy might choose women and then play out that, like he might choose women that let him down, or choose women who are avoiding intimacy. Or he might choose women that are really clingy, and he doesn't trust that, and he has to go away. Do you know what I mean? So the way things play out isn't always a straight line, but it's, yeah, if you look at your life, you have patterns and behaviors. I mean, we all have them. Whether it's we scroll too much, stay up too late, drink too much coffee, work too much, anything that we're doing that's taking us away from our inner peace and our ability to just, you know, love ourselves, love somebody else with ease and freedom, you might, you know, there's probably something there. And I never, I love when people go to therapy. I think therapy is fantastic, but things like cognitive behavioral therapy, you can interrupt the external pattern, but the source of the problem, where it's coming from, is still there. So, you know, people can go to Alcoholics Anonymous and quit drinking and improve their lives greatly. And I love that. I love that there are things like that out there. And I love that there are tons of therapies, because we're all different. We all need our own, you know, we all need what we need. But in the work that I do and the things that I've seen in my life, just for me, things didn't change until I went right back to the source. And some of it for me was in my childhood, and some of it was in past lives. So a past life example, say somebody was tortured in a past life, right? That's a pretty intense experience to have. Spanish Inquisition was 400 years long. Plus, how many witches were burned at the stake? There's been a lot of things going on. And that's, you know, you add to that betrayal, losing a child, getting stabbed in the back by a friend, losing power and influence. There's just so many things that I've seen. And and so how those things live forward in this life is really interesting, and it varies person to person and wound to wound. Like, you might think I'm just scrolling because I'm addicted to my phone, but really you might be scrolling, you know, at 11 p.m. because maybe something happened in childhood, but maybe the thing from childhood actually has a source back in a past life. Come in. So, does anybody have any questions so far? Yep. Yeah.
How did you tell if or your childhood?
Well, for my work purposes, it doesn't really matter. It, you know, when you look at it, energetically on a timeline, or we'll look at it through your third eye on a timeline, it might be the same. Like I've seen things like, say, past life torture, and then another life getting beaten up at school, and then in another life having anorexia, and then in another life having some kind of sexual interference as a child. And so the wound that gets triggered is the same in all those lives, and you could work on it at any point. But if you really go in, you're going to see that it actually traces back to that one event. And so if you work on that event, then the whole thing busts open. But you really, because when you get into those deep inner places, time isn't as linear as we see it in our life. And you kind of, it's like they're all stacked on top of each other and you can work on it all at the same time. You don't have to unpack every single thing that happened in every single life. But if you really go to the source, the whole thing unravels. So just because I am me, I do work with a lot of people on childhood stuff. I have like quite a big mothering presence. And so a lot of people feel safe to bring those kind of things to me. So, yeah.
All these but how to fix
Yes. So the question is, all these past lives that people are seeing through Akashic records and childhood things, how do you fix it? Can I help? Yes. It's my passion to help. You know, like that's what I do and that's why I do it. And something that I like to say to people as well is I'm not a past life reader. Like if you want a past life reading, that's fantastic. That's not the work that I do. I go to where the trauma is, and that's where I want to unravel and help people. So I can see things at times. You know, when you go into a past life at that really deep level, you can get down to where you can smell the dryness in the air if it's a desert scene, or you can feel the fabric of the clothes that you're wearing, or, you know, it's just so exquisitely explicit in your energy, because when that intense thing happened, you're pretty hyper aware. You know, you might not remember going to the grocery store last Tuesday, but if you were walking to your death at a hanging, you're pretty aware in that moment of what's going on. You know, it's like a hyper awareness. So the imprint of the past life is really quite intense when it comes. But it's sort of interesting because when you go back there, you can feel that imprint, but you can also feel who you are now, and you can feel me. Like the work that I do, you don't go under so deep that you can't hear the cars passing outside. You still know who you are. You know, it's not like a deep hypnosis where you don't remember. So, yeah, I'm not sure if that answered your question.
Some people say just observation is going to help because it's going to, if we know what's the source, you know, what triggers you afterwards, then that observation is going to heal over. But it's just things are repeating. You know,
yeah, things are repeating, and that's the nature of a samskara. It's a pattern, and it's set, and it just repeats itself over and over again. You know, it's so interesting because we feel so deeply these big emotions that happen, but when you get into it, you see it's kind of mechanistic in the way that it just plays out over and over again. Like I had this thing when I was, you know, in my earlier years, where I would have the same relationship breakup every year or so. It would be the same, and I would cry the same tears. It'd be a different guy, but the same grief. I was like, after a while, after about 7 of them, Me, you know. So, and it was, you know, it's my unconscious choice because these things, you know, he can't actually see the women that he's choosing, our friend here. He's choosing to play out the samskara, but they put blinkers on, so you can kind of not really see what reality is. You're kind of shrouded by the samskaric imprint and the emotional, you know, the emotional imprint. So I can't quite remember what you just asked. Oh, you said the things repeat over and over again, but you also were saying that seeing the thing helps to heal the thing. Now, I want to tell the difference between seeing at a cognitive mental level and seeing from your third eye and the depth of your being. When you see something from the mind, you can understand it, and that's great. And that's where kind of cognitive behaviors come in, like going to AA or putting your phone down before you go to bed, like that kind of thing. But when you see things from the depth of your being, that's where that inner alchemy happens. Does that make sense? Like I can see, oh, I shouldn't do that. That's one level of seeing and knowing, but that's not your higher self and the totality of your being in that wound, seeing how it plays out. But you're really kind of opening to that depth of yourself. Yeah. Yeah, and I feel like that makes a really big difference. And I absolutely respect people who do those kind of things like Akashic readings, but another reason why I'm not like, you know, why I don't do past lives as a reading thing is it doesn't matter what I see in you. At the end of the day, it matters what you see and what you feel. So I can hold the space and guide you towards that emotional knot. But if I say, oh, you were in an incubator and, you know, blah, 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 who cares? You know that. Somewhere you know that. If we could do it by thinking, we would have done it. You know, if we could heal ourselves by going over and over and over a problem, it would have healed. So it's a different kind of seeing. You want to sort of, yeah, use the third eye, go deep, and then getting into the depth of your being. It's a whole different kind of experience. It's still seeing, but it's seeing with the third eye, seeing with the heart. It's not just seeing from the mind. And that's where things actually change. I'm just going to double check the time. Okay. So who's got questions? Yes.
So, do you see the past life, or do you take us into it?
So how it works, I'll just give you the lowdown. I'll have a chat with somebody on the phone for 45 minutes or half an hour or however long we need to see if I can help, you know, just to sort of like hear what's going on. And there are certain people that I don't work with, like if somebody needs, you know, people that are on like psychological medication for, you know, psychosis and that kind of thing, my work is not going to be able to help them. Like those kind of people need to ground, and I open people up. So, I can't remember what your question was. Sorry. Oh, do I see the lives? Do I see the past lives? Right. All right. So I'll have a chat with somebody on the phone. If we can both say, okay, there's a resonance here, let's try a session. They'll come into my office in Berkeley, or I'll do a session online. We'll have a chat. I have like a comfortable mattress pad on the floor. I'll teach a basic third eye meditation technique. And then I'll take the person into like they're on a mattress pad with a blanket, super cozy. and I will sit beside them, meditate, and then start asking questions. And so it's an interactive dialogue where I'm helping you move into the emotions of the wound and go to the core of it. And I'll get flashes along the way. Sometimes I can see it immediately, but I'll get flashes along the way. And, you know, sometimes I'm like really deep in there with the person. And then it all kind of opens up from there. So I'm not telling you, I'm asking you questions to help you feel it for yourself. Because again, what I tell you, it's not going to make a difference at the end of the day. What you feel and experience and open to within yourself, that is the thing that's going to make the difference. And that shifts things down the line where you just don't have that problem anymore. Like, it's probably 25 years since I had bulimia. And at the time when I was really deep in it, I used to think to myself, I don't know how I'm ever going to get over this. I don't know how to make this pattern not this pattern. I'm not sure how to, and maybe I'd go healthy for a month or so, and then something would happen and there's tension inside, and it would be like, oh, that's the relief button. But that was my pattern. We all have our things, you know, and it might not be that your trauma is expressing in that kind of a way, but it might be that it's limiting your ability to have a happy relationship with your spouse and be more loving with each other. Or it might be that it's limiting you having a promotion at work, your self-esteem, your confidence. It can be anything. Maybe you want to be a great singer, but you're too afraid to get up on stage. You know, like it could be anything like that. So yes, I sometimes see flashes, but it's unlikely that I'm going to tell you about it. Although, you know, sometimes I might say, what does the air feel like? Does it feel more damp or does it feel more dry? Do you feel younger or older? Just so you can kind of get to feel into what's actually happening inside. Yeah. More questions? Yeah.
The relationship cycles, that was like, oh my gosh, totally resonating with that. How did you break it?
Well, I worked on my stuff. Like when I was growing up, I had a really difficult time with my mom and with my older brother, and never with my younger brother. But yeah, me and my older brother had it was a pretty full-on thing. And then I also had a teacher when I was a teenager that was kind of grooming me for a sexual relationship, which is super creepy. And I found out since that he was doing it to several girls over the years, which is very unfortunate. But I worked on my feelings around my relationship dynamics with my mom and my older brother and this teacher. And also went back to my past life stuff and worked on things there. And then I just had this feeling of like, when those kind of men that would have played out the pattern with me, I wasn't attracted to them anymore. You know what I mean? So one of the ways that manifested for me was if somebody was rejecting me, I would want their approval more. Whereas now, if somebody rejects me, I'm like, okay, great, you're not my person, you know. Yeah. Is there any more?
No,
just wanted to hear that.
No, it was pointed out to me that you've been in this cycle and had these conversations. Also, I'm like, oh man, my past life too, I was doing this. Oh,
yeah, for sure. What's so fascinating to me though is it can look different from life to life. Like it doesn't always play out in exactly the same way. If you've got a thing with relationships now, maybe in the past it was a thing with like your employer, or, you know, like if you're a slave, your owner, or like all these different dynamics in the past and how they act now. It's really interesting. I'm going to give you a note of hope though. You probably just have a few of these big dirty ones, you know, that are affecting things. And if you bust even one of those, or even a couple of small ones, everything's going to change. Yeah.
I'm avoiding in your past life.
Any more questions? Yes.
How do you get people to get to work?
The skill of asking questions. So that my whole training is in getting people from the ordinary conscious mind, where we're just trying to work it all out and figure out our life and make sure we drink enough water and, you know, respond timely mannered in text to our friends and whatever it is. Getting from that level to the deep emotional unconscious. The thing about the mind is it paves over those wounds, and they're still active, but we're not conscious of it. You know, like most of us don't remember our past lives day to day, but yeah, how I get people to feel them is I've got, well, that's my training, 25 years of daily. Like I when I first started doing this, I loved it so much that I just did it all weekend with my friends. And then when I became professional, I still do it in my spare time with my friends. I go to the gym, I teach and practice yoga, I go on hikes, I have a life, but I also, you know, do you want to do a session? Let's go and look at blah, blah. So I have a lot of training and a lot of joy and passion in, you know, taking people into these sacred wounded places where we can't access them. You know, what's interesting is people come up to me and say, well, I've got a lot of resistance. I'm like, great. We all have a lot of resistance. And again, I want to say, if we could think our way out of it, we would have done so, you know. But what happens is I'll start taking somebody, and it used to make me really laugh at times with myself when I was first having sessions, because I would start to get in the session and then I would just want to chat and just tell every single thing that had happened that week to my practitioner. And it was so funny after a while, because I would be like, okay, let's, you know, close our eyes, start doing the breathing technique, start focusing on your third eye. Oh, wait a second, I just blah, 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 blah. So it was kind of like I was bouncing out, because unconsciously I just didn't want to feel it. The subconscious mind, if you were feeling all your traumas at once every day, you couldn't function. I mean, you know how debilitating it was when it happened. Like if you had a heartbreak, it's just like, I can barely breathe, let alone get out of bed, go to work, interact with a customer, you know, do those kind of daily life activities. So if we were feeling that stuff all the time, we would be incapacitated. So your mind has ways of just papering over it and just like, let's just put that in the back, you know, have a donut, don't think about it, you know. And so over time, those things, and there's also this aspect of over time things do heal, but some things, you know, they don't heal by themselves. You are forever changed by that event. And maybe it happened when you were 2 and you don't even remember it. Or maybe it happened in a past life and you really don't remember it. But it still is active and shaping how you can show up in life. And it shapes how life shows up for you, because you're seeing through those blinkers. Yeah. So is that helpful? Yeah. Do you have a question?
Yeah. I do resistance and
I make an incredibly safe space and we go slow. Like sometimes people are ready to go straight. Like I had one person one time in all the years that I've been doing this. So I had one person one time came to see me who had done a ton of work, and it was like, this is going to be a kind of a gross analogy, but it was like she had a massive pimple on her chest and I was the right person to press it so it could pop. So it just like, we went into the session and like this whole thing erupted and she had a huge cry, had a big opening, and then she was done. She just came one time. But a lot of the rest of us who maybe haven't done the level of work that she had already done before she came to me, or, you know, people are afraid to go towards what's there, but you just sit at the edge. It's like, I sit at the edge with you, and like we dip a toe in the water and just go, well, what's it feel like at the edge? You know? And then gradually or quickly, depending on how you feel, you're like, okay, I can put my foot in. Okay, I can jump in. And, you know, just using that pool analogy, I'm holding your hand. I'm not going to let you go under. So you can kind of breathe there, or I'm holding both your hands and you're like, okay, I'm in this water, but I can breathe. And that's, you know, that's the grace and the beauty of the training that I have, is to be able to sit with people on that edge of where it's, and just hang here. You know, you don't have to go over when you're ready. And what's kind of beautiful is, and this is just giving me goosebumps to even think about, is that when you go into those places where the wound is, something of your presence is already there. Like some little bit of you is locked in that matrix where the trauma is, and you get to it, that part starts like, oh, hi, let's open this up now. The conditions are right for this wound to open, whereas it never has been, because the wound is trying to heal itself and can only do its pattern. But when you get the right conditions, then something can open. Like your higher self, your psyche, knows how to do the work. I'm the facilitator. I know how to bring angelic presence. I know how to hold space. I know how to get you there. But really, the work is going to come from that part of you being able to go, okay, I can open, I can let go, or I can see. Yeah. Does that make sense? Okay. Any more questions?
I also have a couple of questions. One, what's the age difference between you and your older brother, you and your younger brother, and what's your guys' relationship now between you and your older brother?
Okay, me and my older brother is 15 months, and me and my younger brother is 4 and a bit years. Yeah. My older brother loves me to pieces. My whole family is so loving and respectful. I'm completely adored in my family now, which is just so beautiful and touching and amazing. But I also have never thought any apologies really from anybody, because you know, when you're kind of holding on to something and you think, oh, that person needs to apologize to me, your happiness is dependent on something external. And I think I really, with that spiritual awakening when I was 21, I had just big realizations about, oh, they really did the best they could with their tools and their wounds and their trauma and the things that had happened to them. So I feel really lucky in that way. But what was really interesting with my family was I did those self-awareness courses, and they watched me get happy, stop smoking, stop drinking, lose 60 pounds in 4 or 5 months, barely trying, just thinking, oh, I want to be healthy now. I'm just going to eat healthy. And stop acting out a lot of the behaviors I was doing as a sort of late teen, early 20s. And they, one by one, my family all did the self-awareness course that I did. They all took it, even though I was in Sydney and they lived, 4 hours away. And they all came down and did that course, which was really just beautiful that happened. But I've never sought their anything. I just was like, okay, they did the best they could. I'm just going to love them as they are, And it's pretty much, I've hardly had a cross word with anybody in my family for 40 years, which is pretty phenomenal. Yeah. And, everybody has their own struggles. They're on their own journey. Sometimes it's not that easy. I also live in another country, so they're always happy to see me when I go back to Australia because I live here, you know.
You might explain that one first. What is a crossword?
Oh, that's a funny thing. Like I say, I have these expressions that come from Australia or England, and people don't always know what they are. So I've never had a crossword with my family, means I haven't had a fight with them.
Oh.
You know, we haven't said anything mean to each other. Although there's this very sweet thing that my mum, that my mum a couple of years ago, because I was going back to Australia, and she would start trying to pick a fight with me in the last few days, and I was like, what? Like, we never fight. What's going on here? And then I just was like, oh. And so I sat her down on the couch one day and I was like, Mama, are you upset that I'm going and trying to push me away so it's going to hurt less? Is that what's happening? She was like, I think so. So now we sort of inoculate against that. So it's my time to finish up. My booth is just around the corner. I'm going to hand this out. I'm offering a complimentary 45-minute phone chat. Anybody who's showed up today. So I'm just invite you to put your name and your email address and your phone, and I'll email you. We'll set up a time if that's something that you want to pursue. And otherwise, thank you so much for coming to my lecture and hanging out. And I'm so happy to talk to any of you around the corner in a minute.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EE System scalar wave healing technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity, then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken.
Hi, welcome here, everybody. Just switched to being on.
Are we in?
All right, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, introduce me. Go ahead.
Yep.
Sorry.
That's okay. We're doing awesome. No, come back here.
I don't really like being in here when I'm introduced, but I'll try.
All right. Let's do it. This is my first time introducing you.
Okay,
So-
perfect.
So,
Good.
now you can-
All right.
there we go. Perfect. So on behalf of SoulSearch, welcome. My name is Allison. We're really happy to have you here. And I would just want to give you a couple of words about Jared. I think that many of you already know. He has spiritual gifts that began at a very young age. And he's been working as a professional medium for over a decade, bringing his straightforward, honest, and simple approach to mediumship. Jared loves teaching and believes that mediumship isn't some magic special gift, some magic special gift for a select few, but rather something we all have inside us. Today, Jared will give gallery readings while teaching his process and techniques to show us all that mediumship is available. So,
All right. And just so you guys know, the reason I don't like being here when you're introducing is because my ego gets inflated, right? So like I gotta sit and listen to people say good. I'm uncomfortable when people say nice things about me. You know what I mean? And again, it feels good, yeah, but I don't want my ego to get out of control. So I was mentioning that I have a show out called Medium-Sized Ego, and that's the idea, right? Like in order to do this work, I have to have enough ego to get in front of you guys and speak and do this. And this is going way out on a limb, trust me. And so I have to have enough ego to do that. I can't have no ego, right? But then if my ego gets too big, right, and I start taking credit for all what Spirit does for me, then I can't use this ability, like it goes away. You understand? So that's the idea of the show of the medium-sized ego, right? We'll play on words, but for those of you who don't know, check me out on my website or on SoulSearch TV, where you can watch that for free. Medium-sized ego.
I have a stupid question.
Yes, go.
Someone wants to view requests, but they want a request to be in your video. How do you do that?
Don't do that. Okay. I don't know what that is.
Let's
not go that far. It's new for us. So us doing Instagram Live today is kind of new for us also, right? So again, I was saying earlier, there's a lot of stuff that goes in, and so like again, just doing this work, you know, the minute I get up here, like I get nervous, right? So I'm out there going, man, you know, and I'm trying to figure out all the equipment and all that stuff, and just doing this alone, you know, there's a lot of nerves involved, right? There's a lot of fear, right? And so I'm going to do some gallery readings today, but I'm also going to walk you through kind of the process of how I'm feeling, what's happening, how I'm getting my information, and so again, like she announced, you know, I believe everybody has this ability. We are all born with this ability, all of us. We come out of the womb with this ability, like that I believe 100%. And some of us lose it, right? I'm one of those people who lost the ability. I have friends that are mediums and psychics that never lost it. That is possible. There's not very many of them, but it is possible. I've lost it, and I had to find it again, right? And my story has addiction in it, and my way to come back to it was through recovery. That's just my story. So I learned about my own ego, my own thoughts, my own fears, all that stuff in recovery. I was forced to take a look at those things to stay alive, right? But little side note, all of a sudden my abilities would just come on strong every time I would do those things. Every time I would clean up my side of the street, every time I would get all that gunk out of the way. all of a sudden these abilities would be strong again, right? And they would show up. And so that's kind of a little bit of my story. So that's what we're going to do today. So I feel like I've talked enough to start this off. So I think we're just going to jump right in. So my first part of this process is to pick somebody. Now, the minute I know I got to pick somebody, this is where the nerves, this is where I start going, oh no, okay, right? So this is where it really kicks in. And if I let that rule me, right? If I let that fear, because here's what it's like. Oh, don't pick her, she's too young, right? Like she probably doesn't have that many dead people. It's gonna be hard to read. Like there's so that's, I mean, and again, these are true fears that come up, right? Like it's sometimes, and so that's me. That's my ego. That's my ego trying to scare me, right? Like that's fear creeping in. Okay. Another one is men. Like, oh, that guy looks scary. He's a big old buff dude in the back. Like, oh, don't read him, right? And so that's the other part of the process. So again, I've had to learn tricks. I don't mind calling them tricks to get around my own fears and my own egos and get past this. So there's a few that I use. My favorite one is just to close my eyes. And again, I'm an empath, so I feel most of my information. That just means that I mostly get information from the field. Even if I say I see something, most of the time what I really mean is I feel it and I'm making a picture out of what I feel. So that's a good description that people need to understand, because a lot of people think when people see something or you think you need to see something, you need to close your eyes, and in the darkness this billboard's going to appear and it's going to be like flashing lights. It's going to say turn left and it's going to be that clear, but it's really not most of the time. Most of the time it's subtle and it's a feeling, and if you focus on the subtle you can get the message. So that's kind of how it goes. So my process is to close my eyes and allow myself to feel drawn in a certain direction. So I will close my eyes and I will feel myself being drawn. Now, I am also trying to stay on this camera, which I don't normally do, so it's throwing me off a little bit. So I'm going to walk away from that in a minute because Wendy's giving me the no, don't do that. No, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. All right. So there's two processes I use to pick somebody. The first one is to close my eyes and just let myself be drawn around the room. But then I'm also scanning the room with my eyes, I'm trying to not stare at anybody as I go around the room. And when I'm doing this, I might catch somebody's eyes multiple and feel something drawn to them, or I keep looking in the same place multiple times. If I get that, then I know that's the person I'm supposed to pick. Now, if I follow this process and I trust that, the readings are always great. The minute I go with the, ooh, don't pick that guy, maybe I'll go with this one, looks safe, the readings are not that good sometimes. And again, there may be, I'm hoping usually there's a combination of, you'll be a really good one in here, maybe one that you're like, I don't know. And I will walk you through the process of both of them, because that's what I'm here to do. I'm here to walk you through the process, not to pretend to be better than I am, okay? So I am going to come to you, sir. Can I come to you? Okay. Yes? No, you can stay right there. I'm just going to give you a microphone, if that's okay. So talk to me. How's that? Okay. Is that okay? All right. You got him? Good. You want to? Yeah. Also, another thing, we normally have two cameras, one on him, one on me, and I later. That's so far away. And I move a lot, as you can see, so it's a nightmare to try to get this all happening. But all right, so again, when I said earlier, like, oh, don't go to that guy, immediately I knew I was going to have to go to that guy. This is what always happens to me. It's like, and this happens a lot. So, see, come to you. Do you have military above you? Do you have military? Yes. Military, police, or fire? No? Okay, I might be in the wrong place. So again, I don't like doing that. But let me see. Because again, I hate holding them to the room, but I didn't mention this in the beginning, but this happens to me all the freaking time now, man. Like I used to be able to just pick somebody and stick with them, and I used to complain about people who would open it up to the room. And then all of a sudden after I did that, now I keep getting this stuff around the room. But you remember the military survival. You married? I was thinking my family. Yeah, that's okay. Her father, World War II veteran. Okay, so I got chills. So, chills, okay? Chills is my guide, or whatever this is up there, that's giving me my information, higher self. I don't care what you believe, just believe in it. When I get chills, that's a yes. Very simple. That's a yes. Now, he could be wrong. I could be wrong. You can see he was wrong, right? I could be wrong. I've got to be willing to be wrong in order to do this work. And I'll tell you more about that later. But the minute he said that, I got chills. So now I know that's a yes. Okay, so now I can go with it. If I just let him go, oh, my great aunt, then that's always going to be bad for me. That reading's gonna go down like faster than you can imagine. But when he said it, like chills, that's my yes. Okay, so you, that's your dad? There's more than one. So is your grandfather also? Because they saluted twice.
No, I have no.
Other military.
but-
Somewhere else.
Yeah.
Okay, because when you said yes, then I saw him salute back, which means there's somebody else around him who's also military. Do you also have an uncle?
Yes, military.
Military? Okay. Because, so again, the way I'm getting this information is now that I feel her dad, then I felt a male stand next to her dad. And next to you would be like brother, cousin, friend, relationship, same level as you. And so he saluted to somebody else. And so like there's got to be more. And then he brought in a male to his side. So he wanted you to see that. Did he like whiskey or hard alcohol?
Probably at times, yeah, I think so, yes.
Again, it's not a problem.
Yeah.
I'm not saying addiction issues.
No.
It's simple. It looks like this. It's a glass of something with an ice cube going ching, ching, ching. And it's like he wants to tell you he's like having a cocktail. So that's what I was saying. Okay. Is mom passed for you also? Do you have two mother figures that are passed? Or was grandma like a mom to you? I got two females.
Yeah, there's a few.
There's a few.
Grandparents.
Grandparents can be mother figures, well, only if they were like helped raise you or they take some pride in raising you, but it doesn't feel right. So she said yes, okay? Just so you guys know, she said, oh yeah, it's a grandma. But when she said it, I didn't feel it.
Yeah.
Right? So that's my symbol that that's not right. Now, the trap of this is I want to look right for all of you. Right? I want to be right. I want you guys, this is my ego wants. My ego wants you guys to all go, wow, that's right. Oh wow, that's amazing, right? Like that's what Jared Ego, big head wants, right? But I have to fight that because it didn't feel right. Now, if I let that go, I can't let that go. If I let that go, then the rest of the reading is not going to go on track. This is what happens to me, right? So I know when she says, "Oh yeah, that's my grandma," but I don't feel it. I can't accept that. I have to say, "I'm not sure. I don't think so," or some way I can't let that slide. So I don't think that's what this is. Okay. So I do have two females that are coming in, like mother figures. So that's what I would say. Do you want to figure Yeah, I'm trying to make that right. See what happens? I want to be right. So I got to try to, now I'm guessing like, okay, maybe it's this, maybe it's this. Not good, right? But that's what my ego's trying to do. It's trying to be right in front of all of you. That's how that works. Okay, but so my job here is just to let it go. That's fine. So then I said earlier that I have to be willing to be wrong. This is what I'm talking about. So I got stuck. I don't know who this female is. She doesn't know who this female is. I have to be willing to say to you guys, oh, you're wrong. And I have to believe that. Because it's true. This is crazy stuff. It's wrong sometimes. Like anybody who says they're not wrong is lying to you and to themselves. And the minute I do that, I lose it. I don't have this coming anymore. So again, my job is to let it go. Now, a lot of times she'll figure it out like he did. Sometimes I never find out what it is. But if I can let go of it like that, then it allows me to get more information. So then I can get the next thing for you. Whose jewelry do you have? Not right now. Whose do you have? Mom's? Okay. So see, that's just a good confirmation. We were talking about her mom came through, and then as I saw your necklace, they showed me my symbol for like you have some
Hers and my grandma.
Yeah, okay, so don't tell me that. So okay, just confirmation. And so I'm an empath, and I like to prove this to myself, just like I'm trying to prove this to you, right? Every time I'm trying to prove this to myself. So when I get something for you, like, okay, make sure this is your mom, I want to follow up with some evidence that's provable. And that's a good one, right? Okay, you have her necklace. Now I can believe that information that came before. It's kind of like this. Anybody could come in and go, oh, your loved one loves you. I hate it. Like I don't do that because anybody could say that to you. Any of these people could say that to you. But if they make me say that, they better back up with some evidence, like something really sturdy. Where's the female who wore glasses? Well, okay. So, and you guys will notice I start talking about something else, and then it like pops in super random. That's another way I know the information is from spirit, because I was thinking about what I was saying to you guys, and all of a sudden it popped in. So that's another trick I use, right? So if I stop thinking about it by teaching, then boom, it pops in. It pops in. So I saw this, which is pushing glasses up, which is simple. All right. So again, your mom does say she loves you. Did your mom have a cold or something? Was she not very loving?
Towards the end, maybe.
Towards the end? Because she says I love you, but then she felt like she didn't do a good job of telling you that. So I got this feeling like she didn't convey it to you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. And again, like I felt like a yes when she said that, so I know that's the end of that. I can let that go. Okay. So she wanted to make sure she told you that she loved you, and then she didn't get a chance to tell you that at the end. Did she not? Was she not able to speak before she passed, or was she? Okay. So the reason I do that is as I'm saying this to her, right? I'm saying this, I'm doing this. This is a symbol I didn't realize I was doing. This symbol is sign language to me. It means that someone was not able to or did not speak. So when she says that to me, I just noticed I was doing this. So my body's doing things that I'm actually going, oh, I didn't realize I was doing that. And so I'm paying attention to all these little subtle things that not only am I saying, but my body's doing. Another thing that'll happen is they'll slip the words in. I meant to say something else. I said this. That was my word. Where'd that come from? Oh, 99% of the time, that's accurate to that. Okay. Tell me your mom's name. Just ask your mom's name.
Read it.
Are you a namesake?
Yeah.
What's the namesake of the female side? Wait, this is you. Is there a namesake in your family? So middle name named after somebody else? Yeah, perfect. So he said his father, his middle name is his father's name. So, so again, as I said to her, I felt drawn to him. So couples will do that. I don't know who it's for sometimes. I won't know if I'm going back and forth. I just get the information. And when she said it, I felt drawn to you. So you're named after father. My father's still alive. So, see, this is where my memory gets in the way. Okay, I don't remember. See, by the time I get to the end of this reading, I still don't remember the beginning of the reading. So I don't get to retaining information. So I don't remember. All right, I think I'm done over here, but thank you guys so much. Thank you. That's okay. That's fine. All right. Welcome. So yeah, so you guys see, like, some of that was really great. Some of it felt a little off track. Like that was one reading where I could show you all those things, right? So some of it was like great, and then some of it I got off track. And the minute I stopped thinking about it, some information would pop in. So that's that was kind of a really good example of like the ins and outs. Can I come to you? Have I read you before?
No.
Okay. No.
Okay.
No. You.
No.
Can I come to you?
Yes.
All right. You sure?
Yes.
All right. Should I tell me where to stand? Stand behind you. All right. How are you today?
Doing well, thank you.
All right, good. Yeah, again, as I was reading over there, I just kept seeing you, and I stopped catching you out of my eye, which is like, and I felt like drawn. I was actually, while I was reading them, I was starting to get information for you already, and my job when that happens is kind of to tell them, like, don't do that. And like, no, wait until I get there. Wait until I get there. One of the mistakes I made in the meeting, and a lot of people make, is I try to get the information first. Like, I'd love to get it all first and come over here and tell you everything I got. But you see that it doesn't, it won't work for me like that. Like, I will mix it with my own thoughts and my own ideas by the time I hand it to you. It's better if I just like randomly get it and give it to you. See what I mean? Because then I can't mess it up. Like, my ego can't get in there and be afraid. My ego can't go, well, this is like my story. We can't do any of those things if I get it and immediately hand it to you. So I have to tell Spirit, when your loved ones come to me early, I tell them, don't come back when they're here. Don't get to me early because I will mess it up. You understand? All right. So I felt the female energy that was connected to you when I came over here. Do you have a mother figure? Do you have mom that's passed?
No, but I have somebody that I felt was
like a mother figure. I heard mama, so I don't know why I heard mama, but like again, it felt in there when I said that. So I don't know who said that. Do you have daughters?
No, I don't.
Where's the two daughters?
I don't have two daughters.
Not you.
Oh, you mean
Maybe
me and
with
my sister?
See, that could be, but I don't like it, right? Like, I don't like it when it's vague. I don't like it. Like, again, I want to look good in front of all of you, right? I don't like it when it's like that. Sometimes that happens, but I don't feel that's it. The person who just passed, who called the mother figure, did she have daughters?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Did she have daughters? Okay. That's what I thought. So see how she kind of got off track. I kind of got off track, but I was talking to you about the mother figure. And then I said the two daughters. Yeah. So she has at least two.
Yes.
So there's more than two. Okay. How many kids does she have?
4.
5. Did she? So, or she took on someone as well. She's like. I was gonna say, sometimes they like claim they'll take on the responsibility of somebody else. I don't know what that is. 5. Sometimes that could be the last one. I'm not sure. Do you know, did she have, I want to split the kids in 2 and 2. So sometimes that means like 2 girls and 2 boys, but I don't think that's the case here. I feel like there's more than 2 girls. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's 3 girls and a boy?
Yes.
Okay. So when they split them in 2 and 2, again, all I mean by that is I look at my hand and see this. So I'm like, okay, I gotta figure out why they did this, okay? So that means like 2 young and 2 old, or 2 talked and 2 didn't, or 2, there's some way that she splits them 2 and 2. So I don't know if you're gonna get that, but just know there's a way she splits them 2 and 2. And then when she did it, she went like that. She was gonna ask the question, so I knew there was 3 girls and a boy. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. Did she get ill before she passed?
Yes.
Okay, because she brings up my sign for being ill. Did she also have breathing issues?
Yes.
Okay. So just so you guys know, my symbol for talk about being ill before I found is a oxygen tube. Okay. So she showed me oxygen tube. So then I said, was she ill? She said yes. Then I saw the oxygen tube the second time. That's always oh, there actually was an issue with oxygen also, or needing oxygen. Now I'm feeling labor breathing, so I know there was like issues with labor breathing and stuff like that. Now, you visited her before she passed, at least?
Not when she was ill.
Okay. She says you visited her, and again, you heard me say at least. That was messed up. I didn't mean to say that, but like that's how I know they're slipping words in, right? So like that also tells me you weren't there when she passed, right? So because I have another symbol for that, but how she jokingly said that, like I know like that was her saying like at least. So you got to go visit her, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I just had 3 males come in. They don't know, like I don't know if I have 3 coming like that. This feels like I went to a whole different side of the family, so I did have 3 males that just came in together. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, because you again, I don't always have to have the evidence. Like it's great for her to get it and know what it is, but the truth is I'm not supposed to need evidence. I'm supposed to give it to her if she understands it, then I'm supposed to let it go. Right? The minute I start pushing for evidence, like that's me feeding my ego, right? Doesn't do real well for TV though. Like people don't understand, you know, like it doesn't do a lot. But I knew in this moment I wasn't supposed to push that anymore, so I'm not. I don't think I'm going to. Father passed for you?
No.
Who's the second male?
The second male, I don't know if it's an uncle.
Okay, is that on dad's side?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think we're attached to dad's side. So I feel like I was on dad's side. So again, and uncles and dads will stay in the same place. Again, I'm trying to make myself right again. I know that, but so I get those confused a lot. Again, it depends on the feeling I get of love. Sometimes if I get that real strong overwhelming feel of love, I can get that confused. Sometimes dads don't do with a lot of love, so I get that one wrong quite a bit. Okay. You're a father-in-law?
No, I don't.
I got a father figure here. I tried to let it go, but I do have somebody else claiming to be more of a father figure. Again, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. But I don't know. I might just let you go. I look down, it's like a ring, and so then I'm like, oh, this might be opposite side of you. Do you have someone's ring also? Do you have someone who's passed away, a female's ring?
No, I don't.
Okay, so I might be moving on from her, so that's too many things wrong in a row for me. So like that's my like if I get that many things wrong, then I'm not gonna be moving on. Or this might be for somebody right in the room also. Does this fit you? Okay. So I don't like I said, I don't like this because again, if you're broad and I could open the room up and start asking you to play a game of 21 questions, right? I could be like, does anybody in here, associate with flowers, right? Like I could do that. I could get it down to 21 questions. So I don't like that. But again, Spirit has another plan for me. And when I'm wrong like that, this didn't used to happen, but now it will happen. And again, I just looked at you and I'm like, wait, this is for you. Okay, so tell me what you can take from it. It's too bad. Yeah, I got chills. Okay. And more than anything else is that I trust these shields. I trust these shields in my life. They have saved me so many times. They've never once been wrong. Can't say this enough to you guys. They've never once been wrong. You get chills. I'm telling you, look, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. Dad's visited you, so he's showing me my symbol where you've seen him. So when I said it's not wrong, I got chills. He said you feel him, and then he says he's visited you, and you know he's okay because of that. Did he get sick but also die quick, or was he struggling with something and then also die quick?
He struggled for a while.
It was like a fast at the end? Okay. Because he shows me that like quickness at the end, but there was a struggle also. Okay. Do you have alcoholism around you? Okay. Okay. So I just got my symbol for addiction right before that. So that's like, again, and here's the other thing. Like, when I get the symbol, it doesn't mean like that symbol means your dad was an alcoholic. You know, it just means talk about alcoholism or addiction. And sometimes it's mental illness. Like, I don't know which one it is until I start talking. Like, my job as a medium is to go out on this limb and not know what I'm supposed to say and hope it comes out right at the right second when I say it. And you'll see it's different for each person because at the last second, the words are coming out with what they say. All right. So he was raised with alcoholism. Okay. I'm not good with getting nicknames, but he just called you like something short. Like I want to say Pkwy, but I know it's not Pkwy, but it's like something short. So that's again, as an impact, I feel the love of the nickname that he just called you. And so he wanted you to hear that. I also just heard daddy, so daddy means you guys were very close before. Because now when I first come through as a father figure and dad, but then when they come through as daddy, it just is a different feeling. You understand? So it just feels so much stronger when it's daddy. Lots and lots of love. Okay. And again, the whole time I've been reading her, I'm getting chills. It means I'm in the right place. When I was here, it was like, you guys felt that. Everybody feels it, right? You guys all in the room, you all feel how that's kind of awkward. And my job, and my ego wants to make this right. So I can stay here for a long time and try to fix that and, and try. And I might get there. I might actually get something for her. But a lot of times you guys see a reading, right? And you think, wow, some of that was right, some of it wasn't. Well, you guys need to see why. Like, it's not all accurate. Some of that might have been for her. Some of that wasn't for her. I might have got some of that started with her, but then moved to her. So you guys see, like, that is part of the process. And not all of it's going to be accurate because you might not understand. He didn't understand. What if he didn't get that from his father-in-law? Like, he'd walk away and not get it. You guys would all think it wasn't real. The truth is that this isn't 100% accurate all the time. I mean, I guess it could be, but it's not for me, I guess. It's the best way I should say that. So I don't want you guys to be jaded by the fact that sometimes it's wrong. I want you to see why. And there's a reason I'm teaching you this. It's because you guys all get this information. This is all stuff you guys get. Spirit communicates with you every day like this, all the time. And you do what I do. Your ego gets in the way. You say this isn't real, or that was not accurate, or you try it on people close to you, and you're like, well, that didn't work. Well, because it's not always accurate. You got to practice it, just like anything else. Okay. That's his thank you. So he said thank you he did the sign language thing also, but he made me like he did tell you that he loved you. I didn't get the feeling he didn't tell you he loved you, but he did say, I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough. You understand that? You have a sibling? Okay. Was there drama with the siblings? Okay. So he just shows me, he says thank you for being you and taking care of this and doing what you did. You understand? Something about being you because there was drama. Okay. Is there still drama going on about that? Because I said was and he corrected me. It's like it was drama. Okay. Where's the number 2 associated with your dad's passing? So
he was the second.
Okay, give me something else. That's not good. Sorry. I don't it's not, I can't accept that. It's too vague, and that's not right. I didn't feel it. So is there a February connection or the second of the month or or
his passing was so traumatic to me. It was I can't even remember the day.
Okay. Well,
it was in the 20s. Like 20th or 21st or 22nd.
Okay, well, this is okay. So here's why. My dad died on the 22nd. 22nd has always been my lucky number. I've always been communicating with my dad. He always shows up in numbers. You understand? Every time I see, you trust me, anybody who goes with me will see number 22 a million times in a day because it's always a symbol for me. So again, maybe showing you these, maybe he'll show up and talk to you about it. Maybe he'll talk to you about it. Now tell me how long ago he passed. Okay. You say it seems like forever. The truth is, it feels a lot closer than that to me. So yeah, it feels like 2 years. So that's not good. That means that you're in denial for 4 years. You understand? Okay. before you started your process. That's what that means to me. If I get 2 and you say 6, it means you did not heal for that many years, because we can't heal until we start healing. You understand? But it's our safety mechanism. And you needed to do that. You understand? And you said somebody died before him. Who's the female who died before that? Okay. Yeah. So
His sister. Yeah. Something like that.
Okay, because he showed me a female also dying right before him. Okay, and again, the reason I knew that is I felt on you like through all the different losses. When you saw the order that came in, it was like, hey, you didn't feel it, you didn't. But this is why, because there's death after death after death. You understand that? Okay. I got grandma energy coming in. So I got grandma coming in, and grandma's she's doing something to your hair. So again, she's doing something to your hair. I hate the symbol because I really never know what it is. But do you know what it is? Yeah. Okay, good. Because I don't like this one because it doesn't land all the time. Like a lot of times it doesn't land and it's vague, and I don't like certain symbols that I get. But I kept seeing her do something with her hair. So that's grandma something, which means there's 2 grandmas. That's my way to know there's 2 grandmas because it's grandma something. So you would call her grandma something, or okay, yeah. So what's called okay, granny. Have you seen her too? Okay. Again, this is my symbol for like it's that she's shown up. It means I've shown up for you to let you know I'm okay. Right? It means and so I got for you right now. Okay. And so Dad did it, and then she did it also. So again, now I have another symbol I just saw, which is a bunch of energy spinning around the top of your head. Okay, when I see that, it means that you've got a lot of spiritual stuff. If you learn how to get that in, you could connect to a lot of stuff. You have spiritual abilities that you're not using, and they're just spinning around in there. But you do pull from it sometimes. So I do see that falling in every once in a while. Yeah, and you've got to get past the grieving, right? And you are. You're there. It might hurt, but it's supposed to hurt, right? Pain is supposed to be painful. It's ignoring it that's dangerous. You understand? Yeah. Yeah. Have you don't drink? Did you quit? Or did you just never? Because they show me it pouring out of alcohol, which means talk about somebody. I can't drink. You can't? Okay. It just isn't. Okay. Who quit drinking? I think I'm moving on. I don't think this is for you. I think I just moved on from you. So it doesn't fit. Again, I gotta trust my feelings when I say something to her, and she's trying to make sense of it. It doesn't feel right. I don't think that's you. I think I'm trying to push that one too far, right? All right, thank you so much. All right, how are we doing on time? All right, 20 minutes.
50, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, we're doing good. We're doing good. All right. So that was an interesting thing I wanted you guys to understand, because a lot of times I don't know for sure where the information's for. Like, that's confusing, right? So I'm reading her. I started out strong on her. I know it was for her, but then that person's loved ones took over. And if I didn't catch that, then you guys all feel what it was like. It's like, oh, that's not right. That's wrong. Like, that's wrong to me. And I know if I get like 3 no's in a row, that there's something going on. Like, there's something wrong. I can be wrong once, twice, but 3 in a row means I'm off of you. Like, if I'm doing a personal reading over there and you're sitting at my table and I get 3 no's in a row, I will turn you loose. I will charge you and I'll say, I'm sorry, I can't read you, because for whatever reason, that's just too many, right? Like, that's just, I'm not connected. I'm not getting it. And I would rather not, have you not have a bad experience than try to, force something on you that doesn't belong. All right, so we're gonna do another one. Let's do another one. Let's see. I feel like I'm going over here, and I feel like I'm back here. Can I come to you? Yeah. Have I read you before? One of the reasons I'm asking if I've read you before is because I wouldn't read somebody. If I already read somebody, even though I don't remember their information, I would not do it in a setting like, pretend like I don't know. I know, but it wouldn't seem right if I did. Who quit drinking? Yeah. Okay. So when I was reading her and I said I could feel that, I felt wrong over here. So yeah, I'm in chills. So that's cool. I mean, at least it didn't take me like 5 times before I realized it. I was able to look right away, that's wrong, move over there. And I do notice it at the end of a reading, because
I tend to try to take it a little too far, especially if the reading's going real well. I'm getting a lot of good information, I want to keep going, right? And so I felt that last one and it just wasn't right. But then I felt drawn over here. So I moved into this area. And I also am going to say, I feel like it's probably more than one person over here that had never relates to that. So there might be two of you in this area. That relates to. So Dad quit drinking? Okay. Did he quit several times or at least twice? Just once? Okay, definitely got two people in there. Okay, so she quit too? Yeah. Okay. Because I felt twice, so two, so that's similar to talk about two people. Okay. Did mom get cancer? So when you said mom's sick, I saw my symbolism for cancer. Did mom, you said throat, so she said throat, so she gave me that information. But did she have a second type of cancer also, or where's the second cancer then? Do you have somebody else who also had cancer then? Grandma also? Is that a different side of the family though? Moms? Okay. So when I did this twice thing, right, she said we got cancer for her, and then I heard twice. So that's my symbol that it means either two people had it or she had it twice. I don't know, I have to try to get, that's another thing. I wish these symbols were super clear. But that's just not how they work. Like it's a very subtle thing that I have to try to figure out in the moment. And a lot of times when I go to ask the question, it's not right, which is most of the time. If not, I have to trust my feelings. Sometimes I ask the question and immediately I know it's wrong. It feels awful enough, so I can trust that feeling also. All right. Did you help take care of mom? Okay, because she's talking about being taken care of, and she's saying thank you. Tell her thank you. Tell them thank you. So, are you and sister so close?
Yes.
Because I feel a closeness there. Okay. And again, if they tell you to tell her thank you, that usually means you guys are close. Because they don't tell siblings that aren't very close. Like, oh, tell your sister thank you. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? They don't do that unless it's okay. So I kind of assumed you guys must be getting along pretty well for her to say, tell her thank you. Tell her thank you. Okay. She's like all excited. So excited. Okay. You were there when she passed? You were there close with it. Somewhere right around there. Okay. Like you just left, or you left the day before, something like that? You were around, right? Okay. They show you the symbol, and it's about being there when they passed. And a lot of times people were like, no, I just left. But this is their way of telling you that you were there. You understand? Okay. And I could have got that wrong, but anyway, mom says thank you. You were there. Okay. You have kids? You have kids? Where's the two? Yeah, two daughters. Does your sister have kids? You have two sisters? Okay. So your mom, two daughters. Or three. Are two of you close and one of you is far away? Okay, that makes sense. So when she said three sisters, I got the fingers spread apart again, so two are close, one's far away. Right? It's a silly little thing, but I just, when I was talking, I noticed my fingers. Whenever I asked shock kids, these fingers would pop out in different ways, and then I started thinking, well, what's happening? So my body is doing all this weird reactions and all these weird things that I'm figuring it out as I go along. You understand? Okay. Is there somewhere else in the family there's also some alcohol issues or drug? Is there an issue with one of the sisters? Where's the other? Where's the person right now who's struggling? You know. He's sick. Okay. Is that the one that you're close to?
Yeah.
Okay. Because that's where I'm at. I want to talk about that one. I want to talk about that one. Is she sick? Is she having some mental issues? Okay. So this symbol usually is addiction or mental illness. Okay. So yeah, if I could step out, it doesn't feel right. I don't think it's your sister. I think I'm talking about somebody else. So is there someone on mom's? Did mom have someone on her side of the family?
Yeah.
That's her sister or her sister side of her? For her side? Okay, because I feel like it's mom doing this and talking about now one of those, at least one of those. Okay, because she just, that way I knew that, because she just, after I said that, she did the symbol and she pulled somebody next to her. So that's my symbol to know that that was what we're talking about is with your mom. So your mom got her siblings with her who have the drinking issues. understand that? Okay. You also have a lot of military in your family? No military? Okay. Huh? I'm moving on, huh? These you guys now. Okay.
Oh,
All right, thank you. Thank you.
You're moving on.
That's funny. I got a little new from my wife.
You're
That's it.
moving on.
That's it. That's it. You're done. I said, hi, everybody. How's it going out there? Cool. All right. So where are we at? How much time we got? Still got time?
Yeah, you're 1:30.
All right. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. All right. So this part of this is the so like I'll end up in the same side of the room, and then, so this is where my ego starts to like try to mess with me more. Well, I should go over here. That's awful. Like I said, if I let that all take the person, it's bad. So so I think I'm going to try and close my eyes and feel the wrong. I feel like I'm over in this area. I'm with one of you three. I think I'm in this area for sure. So here, hold my phone. Tell you in a hand in a minute. Okay. Let's see. See now, I'm not getting anything. I close my eyes, I got nothing. And this is what this looks like. Okay, I'm not getting anything. Everybody's staring at me.
Yeah.
I got to get something. Everybody's looking at me. I'm going to be wrong. I'm not going to get anything. That's the root fears, right? That's the basic fear that's happening in that moment when it doesn't just pop in, right? And it's like I said, when I'm on this limb, expecting everybody staring at me, and I'm going to get this information. So, okay, so military. Where's the military over here? Where's the military family? Is that you? What's the military family? Like generations of military. That fit somebody here who's a military brat.
Well, I wasn't a brat, but I was in.
He is a brat.
He's
Family. So you had to be in the military, like travel around, like your whole family was with you, or
I was only in 4 years.
okay. I got like a military family.
Yeah, was military, his father.
Okay. I feel like I'm over here still. Is that you?
Small.
You're like I need a military family. I think this is the important part. Yeah, I'm up here. That's been chill. You want to say, okay.
She was
so,
gonna
again, I go around, and then when I looked at her, chill. Yeah, never wrong. Never wrong. Were you hiding? You didn't want to say? Okay, so tell me where there's like military family, where like
So
lived on base or something like that.
yes, my on my mom's parents, my grandma lived on base while my grandfather was in Vietnam.
Okay, grandfather's passed.
Yes, he passed. I never.
Okay.
And then also my dad's side.
Do you have a fire in your history?
Yeah,
Something about a
my
fire? Okay. Tell me, yeah, so just.
so she lost everything
Okay.
in the house fire
Okay.
in Middletown.
Okay.
And also her mom, she's my half sister. Her mom lost everything, and then she actually lost another home in Paradise.
Oh, okay, that's what I was feeling, was Paradise, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, and again, like, because that was vague and it bounced around the room, like, I've got to get some good evidence that I'm in the right place, and not just for you guys, but for me also, right? Like, I got to make sure I'm in the right place and to feel like I'm in the right, so I kept getting like the fire. Now, just so you know, one of the times I did an event here, there was a lady who was sitting right here on the floor. I read her earlier today, and it was about her story had a fire in it. So I thought when I came to you and I started getting this fire stuff that I was making it up. I'm like, I can't say that. There's a video of it on my website or somewhere on Instagram of me reading this lady and talking about a fire sitting right there. Literally. So I was fighting that information because I thought I was making it up because of that event. So this is what you're constantly fighting, right? You're fighting your own personal beliefs or your own ideas. So what I do with that when I get that and I say, well, that could be me, right? I could be making that up. That could be from my history. I throw it out. I say, no, give me something else. I throw it away. So then you kept talking and you kept talking and you kept talking, and then I got it again. Now I have a choice there. I could throw it out again and see if it comes back, or I go with it there. Now I just felt like asking, so I did, and so I said. But if I do that and throw it out a couple times, then I feel pretty confident when it comes back that I'm not making it up and it's not me. So that's my process with that. All right, so a couple things. Where's the birthday right around now?
My sister's.
Okay, perfect. So she was just talking about the sister. We just brought up the sister, and someone handed you balloons, so that means it was a birthday. There's a birthday. Now I also got happy birthday. And so I said there's a couple things going on. Right? So I also got like a congratulations also. So there's also like big celebration, big congratulations for you. So I feel like they want to tell you they're happy for you, and that you just like, again, I don't know if this is work related or what this is, but there's a big congratulations. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so like that would be what?
I just got out of a really unhealthy, toxic relationship of like 8 years.
Got it. So you're free.
I'm free. Yeah. I'm doing really well.
I just got chills all over. So yeah. So again, and what, just so I know, you know what congratulations is like. They throw like confetti in the air above you. So it's like celebrating. They're like, yeah. It's like party, you know, like a kid's party. That's what it feels like. So, so good for you. Are you starting to exercise or something?
Yeah.
Also? Okay. So they have me look at her feet. So I get a lot of stuff from feet, believe it or not. But I know I couldn't even see your feet. But when I look at your feet, I see like I get this image of like tennis shoes and moving fast. So that means talk about exercise or walking. That's what that symbol means to me when I see the feet moving, right? Sometimes I'll see like a fancy pair of shoes and it means talk about somebody who likes shoes, right? So I don't know exactly what it's going to be. I just know like you made me look at your feet and I saw them moving. And again, I could assume, you know, she just got out of a relationship. Like I could be assuming this, so it's hard, right? Like, you know what I mean? This is stuff that could be assumed. And I'm always like, I put it out there if it could be assumed, right? But I did see your feet moving, so that means they're proud of you for starting like this regimen. Do you understand it? And I mean, for real this time.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Do you do like kickboxing or something more physical? Is that physical?
Yeah.
Because it's like physical.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you tried kickboxing?
No, but I
too.
thought about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a message.
Yeah, perfect. Because I said it the first time, like, and I kind of combed over it, but then I heard it again. Don't tell her kickboxing. Like, you need to be doing something physical, like fighting style.
Yeah.
You understand?
That message came to me about that recently.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. So I'm just the confirmation then, right? Like she got that from spirit. At the end of the day, I can be wrong, right? This is craziness. I could be wrong, but your job is to make your connection better with your guides, right? Like you know, I'm not here to convince you I'm right, even though that's what I want to do, right? But that's not my job. My job is to convince you that you don't need me. My job is to convince you that you have this ability, you're getting it all the time, and every once in a while it's nice to know that, hey, that was right, because this seems crazy, right? I think I'm crazy all the time getting this information. I know that that's what this is like. Like, there's no way that's right. This is crazy. So that's the important part. So remember, you're not crazy. You are getting that information. You are supposed to be doing that. Okay? All right. 2 women that are coming in also. So there's 2 women and they're holding hands. They want to show you that they're holding hands. So that usually is a symbol to me that 2 people who either weren't getting along or reuniting, and they want to show you that they're together. Do you understand that at all? 2 women. So again, it feels like on mom's side of the family. Is grandma on mom's side of the family passed?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
Is it recent? Is that what you're gonna say?
Like 2 years.
Okay, so she's showing me that she's holding somebody she wants you to see, like a reconciling with somebody. So that could be her mom. That could be, I don't know who it is, but she wants you to see that there's been reconciling on the side. Like it could be just something I haven't seen in a long time, but it's like a showing you that they're holding hands. Okay.
4 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay. 4 minutes. 4 minutes, Jared. All right. Well, without that, I would just go on for hours. It's super important to have like her telling me what time. Like you guys got readings for me at the table. By the way, we have a table out there if you want to get a private reading. That's what we'll be there again all day tomorrow. I think I'm almost booked for today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, there's still some slots. Do we have any slots left today?
Yeah.
Okay. So we might have a couple slots left. So yeah, so if you're over there, then you'll see she has to tell them, okay, you're done here. Then she has, okay, Jared, you're done. Okay, you're done. You have to stop. There's more people waiting. So that's how the process works, because I'm just like completely stuck. What's your name? So I'm going back to this happy birthday thing. I don't know why. Maybe I need to say, somebody's telling you happy birthday. You look just like the mom.
Yeah.
Okay. Because someone just literally, like, I actually see the face by face that look the same, but I heard like literally like, oh, you look just like your mother. So I'm trying to figure out who's saying that, right? Like, I don't know. I didn't get a feeling of who it was first, but somebody would like, oh, you look just like your mother. But you don't act like her.
No.
See, that's crazy to me that comes through like that. Like, I think it's most stunning. Like sometimes the stuff that comes out of my mouth, I'm like, I didn't say that. Like you would not believe sometimes. And again, if it comes out of my mouth, it's probably okay because it's not. Again, I like to use this word. It's not me. I swear. But I think you're much different than your mom, other than the way you look. I think that you are much nicer than your mom, and I mean that in the best way. Like. I do see that you've been through some turbulence in your life. Like I see a lot of ups and like you've been through the ringer. That's what she says. See, now I didn't know where I was getting this information, and now I know it's a she, at least, because I accidentally said that's what she said. Before that, I had no idea where this is coming from. So it's a little subtle slip like that tells me where that was. So I feel like I'm on mom's side of the family, and I feel like I'm on a female. So it's probably grandma or up. So that's where this is coming from. And that's all I know so far. So, but she does say that so it's like you handle it with pride. She says you handle it. So I see all the turbulence that you've been through. I see some struggle when you were younger. Like I see a lot of being held down. So it's a feeling of somebody put you under their thumb and held you down. Do you understand that? Like kind of being pushed down from your hip, and you fighting through that. So they said that you worked your way out of that. So, all right, 1 minute. Let me try to get this right because they told me no, I didn't say it right. Turbulence. Oh, with pride. Okay, so I'm back on the thread. So you've been through all that stuff, and you can sit back, put your head up high, and know that you handled it right. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? All right, thank you, everybody. Again, I gotta go. All right, thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I'm hoping to be able to put the little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EE System scalar wave healing technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep.
Okay. Filling the water. So everybody's got a lot of good hydration and lots of good vibes flowing. All right. So we're live. Welcome, everyone. My name is Allison, and on behalf of SoulSearch, we're happy to have you with us today. Thanks for joining us. And I'm pleased to present Pia Darling, who has a wonderful background. She fuses 30 years as a corporate team leader and 30 plus years of healing, inner growth, and spiritual practice to offer the gift of accelerated transformation, clarity, and confidence, because we could all use some of that, I think. Pia's deeply embodied work guides her clients to transform current challenges into stepping stones, integrate old traumas, and activate their personal heart harmonizing resonance. By inviting in Pia's insight, wisdom, and magic, Pia's clients experience expanded self-acceptance, happiness, and align more fully with their soul's deep purpose. Today with Pia, we will discover what type of information our heart line reveals and learn why the same blocks keep getting in the way. So welcome, Pia, and enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for being here. I'm so excited to deliver this information to you because this has just changed my life. It absolutely revolutionized my life. In my earlier years, had a hard time being in relationships. I didn't believe that I had the possibility or the capability of ever feeling comfortable and having a good relationship. And now life is so different, and I'm going to take you through what I learned with myself, but here to give it to you because you can do this too. I'm sure you're all here because you are either looking for a partner or looking for better friendships. This Heartline talk is about not only intimate conversation, intimate couples, but all kinds of friendships, of work relationships. Wherever we are interacting with other people, it's really important to understand what type we are. So in hand analysis, we learn from our heart line that we're types either earth, air, fire, or water, or something in between, because the heart lines don't follow a certain strict rule on their own. They do whatever they want, and then we have to interpret it. Your hands are an amazing blueprint for how you are, not who you are, but how you are, how you can be differently to align with your truth. I don't do divination or fortune telling with the hands. I know that there are some methodologies that use that type of information gathering in a way, but I'm certified in hand analysis with the International Institute of Hand Analysis. It's a pattern recognition system that has been proven, it's evidence-based, and it tells you about you. And the reason it works is because your hands have this huge concentration of neurotransmitters. It's the same fabric or material that's in your brain. And so your brain processes and processes. There's, as we know, the conscious level, the subconscious, the unconscious. And so your brain is churning and churning. There's synapses in your brain that fire these little sparks. And those sparks are filled with information about you. It's information like a computer chip that has like loads of information. And these little sparks go flying through your body. Because they're sparks, they're electricity. They're looking to make contact. And so the neurotransmitters in your hand attract a lot of them. And they hit your neurotransmitters, touching your skin and your muscle, and they tweak. They tweak your skin and your muscle, and they're literally forming this picture of how you are, of what is this information about you. This is an amazing mapping. It's literally your owner's manual as to how to be in life, what to do in different situations, how to engage with the challenges that you feel. I know for me, I've always wondered, why do I have the same kind of challenges again and again and again? And I tried to do something different. We would move and I would pretend like, oh, I'm a whole different person now in this other town. Like within hours, I was back to being myself. I couldn't sustain it. It's because it's how we are. We can't just switch on a dime to be a different person, but we can be, we can align with the truth of who we are, and that's the purpose. Sorry, I'm gonna just touch this here. Okay. Now, so what happens with the heart line is that it talks about how you are optimally programmed in a way to behave in relationships. What are your needs? What is important to you? What are your challenges? And understanding these different things about you, first of all, is very, very, it relaxes you to just be yourself. Or it could actually even, like, what? That's not me. But when you feel into it. So I'll tell you the story of myself. I always thought I was a caregiver, very much a caregiver, very watery in terms of the elemental archetypes. And the first time I had my hand read, I was told I was fire. Well, that was a shock because fire, you know, being out in front of people, being all energetic, that wasn't so much me, even though I always looked at people that were that way and I wished, oh, I wish I were like them. So it was a desire that I had because that was my blueprint, my pattern, but I just wasn't getting there. I wasn't aligned with my truth. So when I discovered that, when I did the inner work to figure out what's in the way, how to clear and integrate. So it's kind of the same, it has the same outcome. By integrating, I mean coming up against what is the issue? What is that internal issue? Is it an old trauma, a pattern that was set, something that's just there and it's living your life? It's like a loop. It's a program that keeps running. Well, when you come up to it and meet it, so this is actually jumping now to another piece of my work, which is hypnotherapy and doing regressions in hypnotherapy and understanding what those old loops are. Understand that integration, that kind of making peace with it is important, because there's no way to really cut away anything about yourself and pretend it's not there and you think and it's not. No, it's like, you know, recycling. You can't let go of anything in the world and the planet. It goes somewhere and it ends up back in our water and in our food. So whatever you try to cut away in yourself, it's not going away. So let's dive in and do the work to clear that space by meeting it, by integrating, by understanding. That's the purpose of all this. I'll talk about that part of the work a little later in the hour, but today, now, I will talk about the different types of heart lines. So you know now why this works, because of the neurotransmitters and the synapses, and this is like a picture of how you are. The heart line can be earth, air, fire, water, as I said. So as I describe them, think to yourself, like, what does this one feel like me? Does that one feel like me? Oh, I wish I were like that one. Just notice what thoughts come up and how you feel about the different elements, and then we can find out more. So water is and we'll talk about it from the point of view of the element first, right? Water, it's very nourishing, right? It's very hydrating. Water just helps grow plants. Water also comes and goes depending on which way the surface is tilting. Water can be very still and quiet, but then water can come in big waves and have a tidal wave. So just like that, a water person can be very emotional, can feel emotions. We got a water person right out here. Yeah, be emotional, feel emotions. A water person is very nurturing to others, loves to be the caregiver, loves to give and give and give, loves like Thanksgiving dinners. Making Thanksgiving dinners is like a water person's wonderful thing. A water person can also kind of come into this like a tidal wave, like rear up and against whatever's going on in life because of not allowing oneself to feel the emotions. Emotions must be felt because they're information. It's not like they're bad, you know, it's not like anger is bad, for instance, right? Or anything like that. It's about allowing the emotion and feeling it and giving it a space to be, and then they can move through you and as they deliver their message. And it's important to allow that, because the more we kind of push down our emotions, it creates more of the backlash of whatever your type is, especially water. We'll move on to fire. So fire, imagine a bonfire here. And it's raging, but it's contained, right? And the flames are so beautiful and lapping, and suddenly there's all these people that start coming to sit around the bonfire, and they're having fun and playing guitar, and it's warm. Well, a fire person is a very warm, creative, exciting person. A fun person that people like to be around. They attract other people around them, right? A fire person, on the other hand, can also, like a regular fire, kind of burn a little too bright, too out of control, right? And burn another person, hurt someone's feelings because of how exuberant they're being and not notice that. A fire person will get all into, and can be very intense. So they'll get into a project and do like 3 all-nighters in a row to do their project. And then at the end of 3 days, burn out like a fire does. So that's the fire element. Moving on to earth. So taking the element of earth, our planet, and forgetting about the people and the structures that are man-made, thinking of just the earth. The earth is always here, right? Under our feet. The earth is present, it's here. It gives so many gifts of fruits and vegetables and nutrition, right? It provides. The earth also has some hotspots where there's like a volcano that suddenly erupts, or an earthquake that shakes everything. Well, an earth person then is very stable, very present in your life. An earth person loves to be there for others and do for others. That's the way they show their love. That's the way they show they care. An earth person is like the first one to volunteer to help someone move, for instance. An earth person also is very reserved and quiet, but like the real earth, has this cauldron, like at the bottom of a volcano, the magma. Have you ever seen that on the documentaries where all the bubbling magma? That's what their emotional body feels like. Earth people, it's not easy for them to tap into what they're feeling, not because they don't have feelings, it's because they have so much feeling and so much deep feeling. And that deep feeling is kind of what urges them to do whatever they do, to provide for those they love, to go do something, to be fair, like to go and protect. It is typical for an earth person. But an earth person is just all about doing for others, for the ones they love. And then there's air. And air is a person who there's more mental activity going on. Oh, let's first describe the air element. The air element comes just gently, it's just here now, just present, and everything's nice and smooth. It can be very, feel smooth, like a breeze running over some beautiful grass. But then it can also start whipping around and turn into a tornado. So the mental element of earth, first of all, is very much wanting peace and calm. If there's an upset, they'll jump in to do like the smoothing over. They'll want to smooth everything out and make sure that there's no upset, that everybody's okay. They don't like conflict. Conflict upsets air people. And just like the air can turn into a tornado, like turning in that movement of a tornado going like this, an air person can turn on themselves by being self-critical and thinking too much and judging themselves too much. It can be very painful for them to just kind of get caught in this whipping around of their mind and literally whipping themselves with their mind. So did anybody kind of think of themselves, of what they feel they might be?
I'm an air person.
You're air? Yeah.
Mhm.
What about air?
Like, just like self-doubting myself. Like,
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, I should be here. I should be doing this. Like, okay. You know, I do that a lot to myself, like, I should be doing better or something. You know?
Right, right.
And it's always in a circle because I'm like, oh, if I would have did this like 10 years ago or 5 years ago, I could have been here now.
Yeah, yeah.
And now look at me, and now I gotta catch up. Yeah, I do that.
Yeah, it sounds rather airy. Yeah.
Mhm. Always overthinking everything.
Yeah.
Time,
Overthinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big keyword. Yeah.
You mentioned something like for the fire. You said these people tend to like burn people around them if they're opinionated, right? And I always thought it was fire. Well, I'm an Aries, right? And I just got my picture taken, and
Oh, you're all red. Wow.
yeah. So
Yeah.
when you were talking about it, I was like, okay, that resonates with me. But she told me don't let anybody throw water on you because when you're fired, people try to put you out. And I guess what you're saying about you got to be careful what you do say around people or how you say it because you can hurt others. So it's kind of like.
Well, yes. So for fire, in hand analysis, we talk about how important it is to be your type 90% of the time, but then to be the opposite 10% of the time to help balance it out, to help you be more integrated, a more like, cohesive being, right? So the balance is like 90-10.
Yeah.
So for fire, first of all, that the kind of, not noticing how you can hurt someone else with your words or with your actions because you're just getting like out of control of the exuberance and excitement. Is that what, have you experienced it?
Really passionate.
Yes, exactly. Very passionate. Yes. That has nothing, that does not mean that you should throw water or water yourself down. No, you be your fire, but being your fire in a more aligned and present way. So you're being your fire by just kind of, so with all of these elements, the action of breath is very grounding and very balancing and brings you down into your body. And if you just practice the breath, you can start feeling yourself sitting kind of deeper in your body. You can even at some point feel your breath, like you're breathing out your feet into the earth, which is a very cool exercise to do. So the more you're doing that, that's what will balance your fire. And being conscious. Something about fire is that they kind of lose awareness of others, right? A little bit. So just bringing awareness in, not water.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Anybody else want to share or have a question? Yes. Your earth. Yeah. What about earth was it?
It's what I do.
Yes. Perfect. Yes. Yeah. And so having heard that and being earth and being all the types that you feel you are, does it feel better? Do you feel like, oh, that's me and it's okay to be me in that way? Yeah. Yeah, because, each of the elements has their challenge when around other elements. So for instance, being an earth person around a fire person, it's very different. So, but knowing that about each other, then, you can understand how they're behaving and why. Yeah. Is it air? Yeah. So getting to know what your type is and finding out what the people in your life type is. Oh my gosh, all these misunderstandings, these fights, these breakups that happen because people are speaking two different languages and interpreting in ways that aren't real because, a fire person needs to be seen and will get in an earth person's face. I know this between me and my husband, being the earth husband and me, the fire. And it's like, oh, I want your attention. And he's like, I'm busy working. I'm working to provide for you. But then you're ignoring me and I'm fire and I need your attention. it's so interesting. And we, my husband and I know this about each other. So we can play with it and we can, be playful about it. But for people who don't know, it can be devastating. And it's just such a lifesaver, really, to understand this. Yeah. I'm just checking the timer. Yes.
Can you be a blend of the
Yes, actually, I just read, because I'm reading hands here in the hallway, I have a table, and the reading I did just before I came in, her line fell exactly between water and fire. And so I described both to her, and she said, and I asked her, which one is more like you? Well, it's like both in different situations. There you go, you can be both. And then there's other variations too that happen in between. That can only really be seen like when the hand is seen. But yeah, like for instance, one client that was fire, but then at the last minute, the line moved towards water. And that meant that she was kind of being the caregiver for others and taking care of others and ignoring her fire. And that's like throwing water on your fire yourself. And that's not a healthy way to be. Yeah, a fire person, that doesn't mean a fire person cannot take care of others and be a caregiver, because we all have had that experience probably in our lives to have to care for a child or a parent or a friend. But, it's important to understand your type, be your type, and in the midst of being, for instance, in this case, a fiery person, take care of others from your fieriness, not from the wateriness. So like here, like what I just did physically, like a watery person can like roll this way and that way, just flows. A fiery person is like a flame. It's contained right here. So like a flame, like this. A flame. An air person is just like kind of hovering over and feeling everything out, making sure everything's safe, everything's okay. An earth person is like grounded, feels more like a presence. Any questions with that? All right. So, I can't see what time it is here. I have to look here.
2:25.
2:25. Oh, thank you. Okay. So, and the heart line that I described can describe you pretty clearly with how to be in relationship with others, but more importantly, how you should be with relationship to yourself, right? It's like a water person. Because of those boundaries that can get overridden, has to pay attention to her boundaries. Right? A fire person, because they're so excited and so passionate, have to just be aware of others. An earth person, because they're so reserved with a huge, deep emotional body, does need to pay attention to feeling a bit more without diving into the magma. Just kind of just letting yourself take a breath and what do I feel about that? Just asking yourself that question. And what did I just leave out? The three of them. Sorry? Water. Oh no, water was about the boundaries, to watch the boundaries. Fire is about being aware of others. Earth is about paying attention to feeling the feeling. And air. Air is about feeling as well. So that it's a feeling of safety that it's needed for air to feel a little safer in the body with your breath, with your attention, your awareness coming in. Alrighty. So the next piece I want to bring to you is, before I do that, I want to, I will send out a handout with all the types. If you're interested, you can just sign up for that, and I'll email out like a summary of all the hand types, the heartline types. All right. So now for the next piece, because this is about relationship, this talk, when we get down to the bottom line of how to make relationships work, how to be in happy relationships, this is the one key. It's about the relationship with yourself. Because however we are with ourselves inside, with ourselves, that's what we are attracting out here. And it's not something that's obvious to us. I was in spiritual practice for a couple of decades. I even lived in an ashram for a while. And I had a lot of experience with personal growth and spiritual experiences, beautiful spiritual experiences. And I thought, oh, I'm kind of like, moving along in this path. And then I came across this work, this core awakening journey work, that after doing it for a while, I suddenly had an experience of, like, I was right here with myself, like face to face, heart to heart, belly to belly, with myself. I was facing myself. And at the same time, I felt I had my back. It was like I was almost enveloped with myself. And it shocked me because I thought I had understood all of my insides and I was on a path. And I didn't know that I was missing this experience. And what this experience brought me was a safety that I had not known ever in this life. I was always, when I was a kid, I thought God put me on the wrong planet because I did not understand people. They made no sense to me whatsoever. And I didn't feel safe and in general. And suddenly here I was. Nothing had changed outside of my life, in my life. The only thing that had changed was suddenly I was like here with myself inside. Something that I couldn't make myself do before because, first of all, I didn't know that it was missing. And it's not something you can make happen. It's something that evolves, like a relationship. Like any relationship you play with, that you're getting to know each other, takes time. Well, this relationship with yourself actually does take time to heal whatever is providing resistance and protection. I don't know if you've ever noticed that your response to something, some upset happens in your life, like if you really stop to look at it, it doesn't really make much sense anymore. But yet, it was your only mode of defense, maybe as a child. And so you're continuing to defend yourself in that way because those mechanisms, those survival mechanisms, are kind of get coded into our beings and continue in that way until we do something consciously about it. So here I was suddenly full with and enveloped with myself, and that changed everything. I was safe on the planet. I felt safe in my body. I used to be extremely shy, and there was a difference that happened. Oh, the difference that happened with that, plus the my first hand analysis that I ever was given, that told me I was fire and not water. It's like, oh yeah, I do love speaking out, and I do love being out there. And so, 5 minutes?
Oh, no.
Okay. Good. So, how to get into this experience of being with yourself, of being heart to heart with yourself, this belly to belly feeling, full body, like I'm here and I'm safe. Well, it starts off pretty simply with the breath, like I mentioned earlier, but also just starting to dip in deeper and deeper and deeper into your body through meditation and through an exercise that I'd like to take you all through now, if you all want to play along. You know, you get comfortable in your seat. I'm going to guide you through like a visualization. If you feel comfortable to close your eyes, please do that. If you don't, that's okay. You can just look down towards the floor, because that, by looking down, it's helping your awareness stay in your body and farther down. And take a couple of breaths and notice your breath. Just notice how you breathe in. Notice how maybe your chest or your belly rise with your breath. Notice when you breathe out, how it feels with your nose, with the relaxation that happens in your body. And on the next breath, take a little deeper breath. Feeling yourself expand more from your ribs, perhaps, or your chest rises higher. And take a couple more breaths, letting yourself feel the seat you're in. Notice how you're leaning against the back if you're leaning. Feel how you're sitting in the seat. Notice where your feet are. Just becoming more and more aware of your body. Allowing yourself to relax even deeper on your exhale. And now, without opening your eyes or disturbing the depth you're in, just quietly say me and point to yourself physically with your finger. And wherever your finger lands, that's your heart chakra. And when you breathe, breathe into your heart chakra. You can leave your hand or your finger there to help guide your awareness, if you like. Just coming deeply and more consciously into your heart area. And using your imagination, imagine yourself sitting very comfortably in your heart area. You might have a comfy, cozy armchair, or you might be sitting on a meditation cushion. Maybe even swinging in a hammock. Whatever comes up for you. Continue breathing into your heart and just imagining, seeing it like a movie. And for what's coming here now, just allow the visuals to just show up. There's no need to think. There's no need to decide what should happen or how it should look or feel. Just let that part go. So just allow it to show. So you're sitting comfortably in your heart. And as you look forward, allow a version of you to show up in that same space. a young version of you, a child version of you. Let the age be whatever it is. And let that child version of you just show up in front of you. Maybe they're sitting in front of you or standing. Maybe they're walking around a little bit. Whatever shows up, it's perfect for you. And notice them. Notice what age they are. If you can make out what they're wearing. Notice their facial expression. Notice how they might be feeling by what they look like, what their body language is saying. And let yourself just be there with that version of you. Let yourself take in their presence and notice how they take in you at your age now. You might want to communicate something to them. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe just a smile to start. Notice what they do, how they communicate with you. Are they saying something? Do they look happy? Are they serious? Just notice all of this. And if you feel comfortable enough to ask them, do you want to tell me something? Do you have a message for me? What do you want me to know? Whatever question feels right for you, if it's different. And listen for the answer. If you have something you'd like to say to them, you can go ahead and say it to them. And notice how they receive it. And taking a big breath. And thank them for coming to visit you. Continuing to notice how they're behaving, how they might be feeling, what they're saying. Thank them in any way you feel is right. And let them go back to their age from when they came. And you in your hearts, you be comfortable and coming back into the room gently. feeling chair again that you're sitting on and starting to move your body again. Yeah. How is that for people? Does anybody want to share their experience? I know sometimes it's so deep, it's hard to want to share. Yeah. Well, this is kind of a step into meeting your emotional body. Your inner child is your emotional body. Your inner child is all that part of you that needs connection, that needs to be heard and seen and loved. And you can come back to this version of you anytime, invite them to visit, and just feel that connection. Maybe another time you'll discover that another age comes forth, and you can interact with that age. And there's just such a wealth of experience to be had when we connect with ourselves. It's really wonderful. So I'd like to invite you all to, well, first of all, I'm reading hands here, doing 20-minute readings in the hallway. Come and have your reading. I can tell you what heartline you are, plus a whole bunch of other information about you. Part of hand analysis is the fingerprints, which I didn't talk about before. Thank you. Yeah. Anybody get this? The fingerprints have been decoded to understand what your soul purpose, your soul lesson is, why you came into this life. And your fingerprints, as we know, never change, first of all, but also they were printed on your little baby fingers 5 months into conception. That young. It's like when your soul is coming into your little body, boom, that's the project plan. That's what you intending to feel and experience. I could just pass those right there. And understanding, thank you. Understanding what your soul purpose and soul lesson are is key to how you engage with the world. Your lessons are not just challenges, are not just problems. Your lessons are ways of engaging with life so that you can grow and you can get strong. Think of it as weights in a gym. That, it's not all that pleasant to engage with weights sometimes, but you want the result. You want to feel stronger and better. Well, the same thing with your life lessons. You engage with them and you become much stronger and more open to experiencing your soul purpose, what you came here to be and feel and exude and share with others, especially with yourself. So what I just handed out is the special that I have. It's a fingerprint analysis. I'm not doing them here, but if you purchase it here, it's a sale price, and I will give you your print kit to take home. And in your print kit is instructions and ink and where to print to put your little fingerprints. You can then scan it and email it to me, and we'll do a session over Zoom. And it's a really amazing, very deep, very profound way to get to know a side of you that isn't all that obvious. So thank you all. I think we're coming to the close now. And if there's any questions, I have 3 minutes left before I have to switch speakers. If you guys have any questions. Oh, good. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good.
Do you have to?
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EE System scalar wave healing technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo, April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EE System scalar wave healing technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
And we're live. So welcome on behalf of SoulSearch. My name is Allison, and we're very happy to have you with us today. I am absolutely delighted to introduce you to Renee and Anthony. I'll let you decide which one is which.
Yeah, depending on the day.
So to give you a little bit of their backgrounds, they are modern mystics, teachers, healers, and visionaries. Renee and I focused on igniting global consciousness and bridging the worlds of science and spirituality. Their teachings, workshops, darshans, memberships, programs, and sacred retreats focus on universal consciousness, heart-centered living, and human existence. As channels of Mary Magdalene and Yeshua, Renee and Anthony today will channel their energies, so we will discover the divine feminine in all of us as we experience the energy of the all that is, of source, and of universal consciousness. We will learn together how to ebb and flow to create harmony and flow in our own lives. So welcome.
Thank
you. Enjoy.
Thank you, SoulSearch. We love SoulSearch. We come to a lot of the shows. We are huge fans of their work and of Tangela and team. So thanks for being here. Thanks for being here. So how many of you are new to channeling? A few of you? Wow, okay, about a third of the room. Okay. All right, well, that's good to know. So we'll just spend maybe a couple minutes talking about channeling, and then we'll go into channeling. And I was thinking, though Anthony said now, I always love to read a little bit from our new book, The Untold Story of Mary Magdalene and Her Teachings. But we'll see how it flows. We'll see how it flows. And if there's time for that, if there is, maybe I'll read a short excerpt and then have Miriam, who will be in full embodied state with Anthony, comment on it. So we could always do that as well.
So how does it work? Oh, we have more people coming in. Excuse me, allergies. How does channeling work? Well, let me tell you. All right, I have a funny sense of humor, so.
Italian.
I don't know. I don't really know how it works. I only know that it does work. So I know that you are looking to be a channeler, but I can't tell you exactly how it works because it's nothing that I've ever studied. It's something that happened to me about 10 years ago. And thanks to my lovely wife, she helped me get through it because it wasn't easy. What happens?
You did want to jump off.
Yes. It wasn't a very easy opening.
It wasn't an easy. Can you imagine going out to dinner, and though we don't do the kind of mediumship where we connect to deceased loved ones, we can, and it happens a lot, including my own family. Sometimes I want them to be around, sometimes I don't. But anyway, we have brought through deceased relatives, but it's not really the core of what we focus on. But in the early days, when we were saying it was challenging, when you're opening up, he would be getting messages from the other side constantly. Like at a dinner party where we didn't know people, and it's like someone's aunt is here, and the person goes ghostly white, and it's like, it's her birthday, she died a year ago. Like things like that used to happen to us all the time. So now we're definitely more tethered and grounded.
Yeah, so I'm much more grounded. So when we work with people, I will tell them, you have to first be grounded.
Yeah.
If you're going to do this work, be grounded into Gaia, into Earth. Because once you start to float off into the ethers, sometimes it's difficult to come back because you just stay there.
And by the way, since the topic of this talk, and I'm not sure how many of you are here, well, actually, let's see. How many of you are here because of the topic of Mary Magdalene and Yeshua specifically? Okay.
In the room?
Yeah, in the room. Okay. And then what about the topic of the masculine and feminine coming together? Okay. Not as many. Interesting. Well, they should all come together. We'll see how that goes. But in terms of your flow, in terms of the energy, I think that's an interesting thing that we haven't really talked about actually in a talk before. So maybe we could address that briefly. And that's the idea of when it first started working its way through Anthony, they would say that it came through me first. I was the grounding cord. Think of like Gaia grounding cord. Think of the etheric angelic realm here, and he would like kind of almost float away. And so there was energy that was actually working back and forth between us, which is really the balance of the masculine.
So in essence, what really happens is that the higher self or the soul self, which we'll get into, once I go into the expanded state of awareness or consciousness, it goes from here to like this, and then everything just starts connecting to who I am. And you have that ability, all of you do.
All of us have that ability.
We all have the ability to connect directly to our divine self, because that's really what we are. We are divinity realizing ourselves as human beings at this present moment.
So when he goes into an expanded state of awareness, you've heard of Kundalini awakening, right? That's really what's happening. So imagine like we're stuck in this physical shell, and the energy wants to come through and expand to everything, right? To our original blueprint. And that's why bodies shake, right? When they're having activations, or sometimes if someone's in a session with Anthony, I mean, you've probably seen it because you've been at our booth a lot where some people start to shake. That's the Kundalini actually awakening in the body and saying, free, I want to expand and, expand to everything. And that's really what's happening when we're channeling. So it's channeling your higher self, which is connected to everything.
That's really what it is. When I go into channel, you'll see my hands starting to shake. My head will shake. It's just energy moving through me, becoming me again. That's all it is. When you start to channel, or when you start to go into your, whatever it's Reiki, you start to feel it in your hands. I feel electricity throughout my body all the time. So in order for myself to control it, I do a lot of acupuncture to control the energy.
And
to get
Qigong.
Qigong. I've done a lot of martial arts. a lot of yoga, do a lot of yoga, a lot of breath work.
Because you're wanting to move the energy. You don't want, like, you know, what happens when stagnant energy builds up, right? It leads to disease. So we don't want stagnant energy. We constantly want energy to be moving through our bodies.
Which is right. So maintaining your physical health is very important anytime you're doing this work. Healthy body, healthy mind, healthy soul.
Yeah, you know,
all of it
we
works
don't really
together.
talk about that very much, do we?
No,
In fact, I don't think we've ever talked about it in talk. And, you know, it's interesting because our guides will say to us all the time, which I think is unique because, you know, we don't see it a lot in channeled work, is how much exercise and, you know, the right foods and the alkaline foods and all of that is important, right? It's a big message from our guides all the time is keep yourself physically fit. Because it's easy to bypass that step when he's in state, we don't want to do anything else. It's just, you know, if we ever get into a fight, we'll bring Yeshua through and it's great because, you know, I was furious with him like 5 minutes ago and Yeshua comes through and I'm like, so it's really good for marital relations. Be channeling, as Anthony says, the J-man. Yeah, it's impossible to get mad. Like you can't, like you're in the present moment and there's just gratitude and you overlooked everything that happened.
And remember, whatever you do here, you do there.
Yeah.
As above, so below. It really is the same thing. The journey that you're on now, the spiritual journey is going to lead you to more personal development, more personal growth. Things are going to come to you of who you are in this lifetime, as it has for me. I've discovered my family roots and who I am, and why I do the things I do, why I channel, which I've never known before, why it happened to me.
So just an example, a practical example of that, and then, you know what, we go into channeling.
Yeah.
Just so we have enough time.
And you can ask questions.
Usually we like to have like 2 or 3 hours for channeling. So for us, 15 minutes is sad. Sad. But what I was going to say, just in terms of the, you want to talk about the process?
What? The process?
Well, when you're connecting to the frequency of Yeshua and that before we go to the channel.
So I'm able to hone in like a little dial to the frequency of who Yeshua or Jesus once was, who Miriam once was. Remember, they do not exist anymore. The energy does. The soul exists.
The consciousness.
The consciousness of Jesus or Yeshua was his name, exists.
Yeah.
And we all have that ability to connect to these frequencies, these energy streams, because we are energy streams. We just don't realize it, but we are. And that's how I do it. I don't know exactly how I do it. I'm still working out the.
So for
the
you over
physics
here,
of it.
it's Alex?
Yes.
Alex over here who wants to learn how to channel. The most important thing is intention.
Yes.
So when you start, Anthony calls it his big hot mess days. In the early days, everything came through. Like the Palladians were in our living room. Like, I'm a New Yorker. I'm like, what the hell are you doing in our living room? You know, like we have to have a sense of humor with this stuff because otherwise, you know, it's just nuts. So everything was coming through. Anthony was a wide open portal, the angelic realm, very interesting beings. Melchizedek, Metatron, the seraphim energies, gods and goddesses, everything was open for business through this one.
By profession, I'm a speech and language pathologist.
It was a bit like that for several
and
years.
I work with small children with special needs in the Hispanic community. I still do that. So in the beginning days, it was difficult because sometimes family members would stop popping through. And I'm like, no, that can't happen because I'm doing therapy with a little child here. So I had to be able to control it. It took a long time to control.
It took a long time.
But that's what we teach.
Yeah.
How to control these energies now. What to let in.
Yeah. And that's
what not
the discernment piece.
That's the
So a lot of times people get really excited if they're like, well, who's my guide or who are my guides? I'll tell you from our experience, focus on one. I mean, you can always expand later on and bring through different energies. But if you focus on one, decide what energy you want to work with. Maybe it's Kali, maybe it's Kuan Yin, maybe it is Mary Magdalene, maybe it's Yeshua, maybe it's Buddha, maybe it's like ascended masters that we don't normally hear about. See what resonates with you and then follow the path. By follow the path, I mean books, tapes, audio, getting onto an airplane and flying to Ireland or Egypt or Peru or whatever it is. Whatever is speaking to you, it's your higher self saying, I'm leaving breadcrumbs for you to go and open. Even down to the gentleman, when you were looking at the solar warrior thing, right? That's based in Peru. All of these things are little hints of where to follow your path. And so that's kind of what happened with us after we channeled the universe and beyond. Our guides came through one day and said, enough playing. Now you're here to do the masculine and feminine divine work coming together as one. And we're like, us? Really? We're not savvy to do this. And they said, well, that's what you're going to do in this lifetime, and it's going to be Yeshua and Mary Magdalene. And that's kind of how we ended up coming to this place of channeling Yeshua and Mary Magdalene as our prime energies. And true to the book, I know some of you have already started our book. I don't know if any of you have finished it, but it's really our story wrapped into their story of this experience of a couple who is experiencing channeling, and Mary Magdalene wants to come through and tell her life story. And the shock that we had when she said that to us. So it was a little shocking.
Does anyone have any questions right now?
Before he goes in.
Before I take off into the ethers. All right.
Yeah, so we have enough time for
chicken. Remember, if I have allergies, Jesus can have allergies. That's how it works.
Oh, well, he has spring.
I have springtime allergies.
Yeah.
So I always joke about that. You're going to hear my breath. Yes, the witch in the back with the hat. But I got you.
In my head.
Sure.
When Jesus was crucified, he got spoke with spirit destiny.
He got what?
The spirit destiny spoke to him, and the blood of Christ goes into the cup, right?
No.
No. So
You can ask him that.
When he comes through, you can ask him directly.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Thank you.
Be grounded. Stay grounded. Okay, good. You can ask the being when it comes through. The first thing that's going to come through is the easiest for me. It's our guides have been with us for 10 years. These beings are
we call the ascended masters.
We call them that, but that's not really who they are.
Well, they're a collective group.
Yeah, they're a collective
So
group.
similar to those of you who are old enough to know Esther and Jerry Hicks, the Abraham comes through as a collective. That's what it's like for the initial. And so it's easier. It's
We
easier
just call them
because-
that.
Because it's a collective group coming through, and it's just easier for both of us to manage the energies.
I love these beings. They're hilarious. They will make jokes but
They're a little patriarchal at times.
okay, they're funny. All right, let me gather myself. Anytime you're on a spiritual journey, don't take yourself so seriously, because it can get very seriously. It can get very serious.
It can.
You gotta have fun with this journey, because if you're not having fun, it's not worth it.
Yeah, a year and a half ago, our guides came through and said, you two need to lighten up. You need to have more
Which we do.
fun.
I
You
do.
need to go play more. You need to go hike more. You need to be in nature more. Right?
You're gonna hear my breath slow down. For all of you yogis and yogini, it's called the Ujjayi breath. It's an ocean breath.
And this is key to channeling too, by the way.
Everything's gonna slow down.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to a theta breath.
Write that one
You
down.
can hear my throat. Clicks in my
The
throat.
theta brainwave state is the key, because when everything slows down, that's when, that silent still point, that's when you're able to connect.
Think with your heart.
So in the beginning, it was quite a long process. We're talking like 30, 40, 50 minutes for him to go into channel. We couldn't have the light on. He had to be completely in the dark. If I sneezed, he was terrified because he was in between realms and didn't know what the sound was. So it's a process, but bear in mind too that he's a full embodied channel. You can channel without taking the full essence on. So the clicking is like a frequency change when you hear the clicking, and you'll hear it again when the guides leave and Yeshua comes through. So it just means the frequency change and there's connection, essentially. So when they first come through, it's kind of assessing the whole room and the collective energy and collective frequencies are here. You can look at it as if they're getting your phone numbers. I know that sounds scary, doesn't it?
It's good to see you guys.
Oh, it's good to see you.
Thank you for receiving us. 1 second, please.
Okay. I'm just readjusting to the energies in the room. And
Don't be afraid. It doesn't serve you anymore. Be of love. Love, love, love. Know yourselves as divine. May we stand, Gaia?
yes, of course.
Thank you. We are you, all of us. There is no difference, just our form or our perception of it. 1 second, I see you. I see you. I am. Yo soy. Je suis. Ich bin. I am. I am Yeshua. I am here. It's good to see you, Gaia.
It's good to see
you. I came quickly. I came quickly. It's here. Estoy aquí. Siempre con usted. Con Dios. Estoy aquí. I am here. Not as I once was, but what I am now. Love. Love yourselves above all things. When you love yourself, you love the divine of who you are in this lifetime. Take away the sins. They're not needed anymore. I did that for you already. I took away the sins of the world, as you say. But in truth, they do not exist. Remember that. And breathe. and relax. Enjoy your lives. Have grace and gratitude for everything that is given to you by you.
Do you want to speak more to that?
Yes.
How we decide, right? The obstacles we're going to have, we decide the gifts that we're going to give ourselves in each lifetime.
We can speak of God, but God is here already. It is in you. It is a part of you. It is you. When you pray to God, you pray to the community of souls, the universal consciousness of who we are together. Christ is love. You are Christ. You are love. All of you. I am only here to remind you of that. Miriam and I are here. And we come through these two to help you remember who you are. Divine feminine, divine masculine come together as one. When you know oneself, then you will know
coming together.
God. And you will know yourselves again.
I think Socrates said that.
Perhaps. I think I gave that to him.
You might have. You might have. Does anyone have questions? Yes.
Did you attain the light body, or what is known as the rainbow body, after ascension?
Yes, I know what you mean.
The Merkaba.
Merkaba, light body.
It is in the book, by the way. I know, without a spoiler alert.
Okay.
Do you want to address that?
Yes. It's difficult sometimes to address because you don't know who you are in truth, in essence. So this body here that you see, the physicality of it, this is your light body. You just don't know it. It's always been here.
This is the confusing part. Even in the book, when we were going through trying to understand this, because it's a dialogue between the two characters who, based on our story, they were like, well, wait a minute. You mean the soul left and then the physical body left and the light body is what remained? And you said, no, this is the light body.
You see that you believe that this is real and that's okay because what's most important is love and touching like this. To touch.
It's the perception, the Maya, right? You hear in other traditions, the Maya, the illusion that this is real. They teach that in the East as well.
But we and you are spirit first. You are spirit first, aren't you? Human second. Everything else third. Come on in and join the fun. So when I tell you that this is your light body, I say to you this: it is a perception of your own reality. And divinity, light, is already who you are. When this perception goes away, I step into what you call a light body. I can step back in and out into one vibration.
He says it's like walking into a room.
And out of another. That's all it is. I step into this vibration that you call earth. And then I can step out with Anthony and Renee.
Mm-hmm.
But you can all do the same if you choose. You have consciousness that is connected to all things. So soul, this is your light body.
So-
You are divine.
But in answer to your question, yes, at least that's how it was presented to us in the book, that you came back into the vibration and people could see your light body.
They could see me.
I think that's what you were
as
trying to,
physical.
that's what she was trying to ask.
I go around in circles to answer questions so that you can get it indirectly and understand it in your own unique way. Not my way, but your way. That is what I did then, and this is what I do now. I'm here to lead you, but I don't wish for you to follow. I lead you gently into who you are again, into this lifetime, so you may discover your own divinity, your love, your passion of who you are in this lifetime. My message is the same as it was 2,000 of years ago. It's always been the same. It's not different. It's just that your consciousness is different now, and you can see it differently. Do not see evil. It doesn't exist. Move beyond it. Do not see sin. Move beyond it. As a Jew, we had to practice 613 halakhic laws that we had to follow. Do you know how many I broke? Most of them. To give a message that is different, not the message of Moses, although he was a good guy. But we are beyond that now. Our consciousness is beyond that. We do not need to have the synagogue or the church or the mosque or whatever religious institution tell you who God is. It is here already. It is you.
It's also the essence of your message that the kingdom lies within.
The kingdom is always within. It's always been there.
You're the guru that you seek out there.
It doesn't leave, you see. It never leaves. It never leaves because you never leave. You're always here. We are always here with you. I am always here with you. Come on in. Venite. Vengan. Venez.
There's a chair right there. Actually, you could take these chairs too if you want. If you want to take. There's a chair.
Someone is leaving. Perhaps there's a chair.
Another chair here too.
What a crowd.
So he's in channel now for those who just walked in the room. So Yeshua.
It is
he's
good
in
to
channel.
see you, soul. Peace be with you.
Questions? And make them hard, because I'll tell you that's how we learn too.
Yes.
Talk about healing. Faith.
Healing, miracles, and faith.
That's your favorite topic.
Oh my. Healing, faith, miracles. Let's talk about faith. It is not a belief system. Faith is something that you have here in your heart. You just know it's there. It exists within.
It's not a mind thing. It's a heart thing. It has to be in the heart.
You don't believe in faith. You simply have faith. Have faith that you are divine. And have faith that you are God.
And
Have faith.
have faith that you are all healers, because we're all healers, right? All of us are healers.
Healing. We all have it in us to heal. We only need practicing. The consciousness of humanity is evolving now, where we can all heal ourselves and each other.
Yeah.
Gaia. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times you'll say to us, the only reason we can't heal a stage 4 cancer or whatever is because we don't believe it.
But one day you will believe it.
So why don't you talk about,
I wish to speak about miracles.
yeah, I know, that's what I was going to say about how, yeah. In fact, Lazarus, in our Lazarus chapter, I think explains it even better than you did about how you healed him.
Do you see spontaneous healing now?
More than ever before.
Brought by you on others as miracles. You have seen groups of individuals heal others, but is it a miracle?
Lynn McTaggart's Power of 8, right? The field, all of this work that's starting to come. Heart math, right? All of this stuff, that's the heart coherence. And so essentially where he's in now is in heart coherence. He's in that state of heart coherence, and that's how he's able to connect.
I see you. I recognize souls, energy streams. That is what I wish to tell you.
Some kind of recognition.
Miracles are not really miracles. You call them miracles because you don't understand the science behind it. You don't understand the consciousness behind it. But you're getting there. We are all getting there now.
You can take that chair if you want. Just pull it up somewhere.
It's a quantum universe, isn't it? Good. Very good question, soul. But go deeper. We need to go deeper. More questions.
Yeah, so the short answer, because this could take a long time, is that Yeshua was able to match the frequency of the soul that he was working with, the soul-to-soul communication, and the soul agreed to be healed.
1 second, please.
So that was kind of your gift. Are you bringing through Magdalene?
No, Magdalene is coming through no matter what.
Yes.
Now, 1 second, please. It is always an honor and privilege to be here with all of you. I am that which I am. Remember that. You say that to yourselves every day. I am that I am. And you will know yourselves again. I am Yeshua. Grace, gratitude, love be with you, and share these qualities of being human with others. Miriam comes now. 1 second. 1 second.
So Miriam's going to come. She's very different. Very different. He can stand now when he changes energies.
Good, I'm here. I am Miriam. You look beautiful. Thank you. It is good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
I like the jewelry.
Thank you.
I am Miriam of Magdala. It is good to see all of you. I am what you refer to as the feminine aspect of the divine, of God,
Sophia.
as you say.
Shekinah, Sophia, the feminine face of God, Godde.
1 second. I'm looking at the women and connected.
Trying to see which ones have your frequency.
You're a funny being, that one back there with that. And I see you.
From another galaxy?
No.
Okay.
A unique being. Something that your consciousness is changing into.
Ah, nice.
The men are here too, more than ever before. It is important that the masculine understand the feminine. And when the masculine understands the feminine, then there will be equalness. And when the two become equal, then they come together.
Then we'll have peace.
That's when you will have peace, because you will know yourselves as both masculine and feminine. It comes together.
And when that happens collectively, everything will shift. Everything will shift. It's already starting to happen. Even if it doesn't feel like it at the moment, it is actually happening at a global level.
Just because you're going forward and then you take a few steps back doesn't mean that you're not going forward anymore. It just means that you took a few steps back. But you will continue to move forward and you will continue to move upward. Isn't that so? If you have a connection with me, I am Miriam.
Any of yours in the room?
Then you can allow me to come through. Any of. This one here is interesting. Yeshua notices this one here, and I notice her too. And this one here too.
To the left.
Yes. The being in the back too.
Also.
Yes. There are energies here that we recognize. Interesting energies.
Questions?
But it doesn't mean that it is not, that you're not important.
What does he mean then?
So think of it, okay, so as like our soul is multidimensional nature. It's not singular, right? And so we're having multiple experiences all at the same time. There is no past, there is no, right, future, there just is right now. So when there's a frequency recognition, think of it as, you know, our soul is the entire head of hair, and each string is an experience or a lifetime. So when Yeshua or Magdalene is saying, as I recognize this frequency, there's a frequency or a lifetime or an experience that may have been shared together. So
It is just
it's like it's an overlap, a recognition of time spent together energetically, or
So can you see different lives?
yeah, not in popcorn time, but yeah, it's like obviously sitting and going into the Akash. Absolutely. Yeah. I always want to know that.
Yeah.
I know.
How many lives? How many licks does it take to get to the, you know that one, don't you? For the younger ones, they don't.
Yeah,
You
that's
do.
true. That's true.
You
Questions,
see,
though.
it depends.
Give us some tough questions, tough ones.
In the back.
Go ahead, and we'll come back. Go ahead.
This is hard to say, but how do you regain hope and want to keep it?
Say that again.
How do you regain hope
Hmm.
and want to keep going in life?
Yeah, regain hope. A lot of people are going through that right now. Yeah.
Do I give her tough love?
Yeah. I wouldn't.
Not now.
Not now.
It's tough love that you don't need. Not now.
Yeah. She can be tough sometimes.
Are you a woman?
Yes.
Do you give life to others? You do. Men can't give life as women do. Are you strong?
Yeah.
Yes, you are. Are you courageous?
No.
Yes, you are. Are you beautiful?
No.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are, sunshine.
Are you of love? Yes, you are. Does God love you? Yes, she does. You just have forgotten it. For that you love yourself. And your soul is saying that to me. Are you beautiful? Yes, I am. Am I courageous? Yes, I am. Do I know myself? I'm getting there. Is there hope? There is always hope. You have community here.
I was just going to say, especially when you stay in community. If it wasn't for our community, we'd be losing our minds right now too. You know,
You
really
stay in community with those who love you.
and support you. So when you're going through a meltdown, they're lifting you up and saying, we're going to get through this together.
That is what we do. That is what I did with the sisters when we left Judea, Israel. There was nothing left for me. They had crucified my husband, the only one whom I've loved with all of my heart. And they crucified him, as they had done to thousands of other Jews. They crucified. And they made sure that he was dead, as you say. So I packed my bags and I left with my sisters, with my community, because I could feel as if there was no hope, but there was. There is always hope. You have no idea how great you are and what a divine light you are. But I see it. I see that in you.
When they come through Anthony, they see us as light beings. They don't see us the way that we see ourselves. So they see us as energy forms.
The dark night of the soul, you call it. Shadow work. That's all it is. Recognizing who you are again in this lifetime. I am Miriam of Magdal, and these are the messages and the words I give to you. I love you. You are loved. Be the energy that you truly are and share it with others.
And stay in community. Don't walk this path alone.
Do not walk alone.
Yeah.
We are together.
You had a question.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he had a question.
No, I was right after her.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
You had mentioned the shift in masculine and feminine energies coming together, eventual peace. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Eventual peace.
Never mind.
That was your question?
Yeah, so I was gonna ask.
Okay.
How to find peace with myself.
How to find peace with yourself, eventual peace. Peace must come from within. It must be inside of you. You're not going to find it there.
It's a lot of surrendering.
Yes,
actually.
it is.
It's a lot of surrendering.
No one is coming to save you except you. Okay? You save yourself and then you save others.
So whenever you're coming up against resistance, right? You keep resistant and it keeps persisting, doesn't it? Right? The famous Buddhists say that too, Pema Chodron, like I think you have even said that too, right? It's futile to resist. So surrendering into whatever feels blocking your peace, your serenity, your love, your faith, your hope, right? Just surrendering into it and then you flow through it. Like you can't, like when you block it, you're constantly going to be up resisting against it.
Are we okay with time?
On time.
I see her looking.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So anyway, it's literally surrendering into the flow. And that also with the masculine and feminine, when we're pushing, which I need to do in business, right? If that gets out of balance and I don't surrender into the feminine, which is about flow, then everything's off whack. So it's also awareness of when you're too far into your masculine or too far into your feminine. And then with that awareness, bringing it back. And then things just flow again. Things just flow. Yeah. So, no, that's okay. So typically when we do things, they're like 3-4 hours. You've been to one of our, did you come to the one at Citrine? I can't remember. You know, the workshop was supposed to be 2.5 hours and it went 5. You know, so we're not very good at short things ever, especially when you're channeling the energies, because really what they want to do is go and acknowledge and touch everyone.
He sees lights, does he see different degrees of light and brighter lights?
It's a freak. So when they were looking at her twice, right, they're recognizing probably, I mean, we all have Christ consciousness energy in us. All of us do, regardless of your religion. It's not about a religion. It's just that divine love. But with her, they're seeing a frequency and overlap, something of the connection they've had before.
Oh, okay.
That's what they're seeing. Yeah, so it's not so much more light or less light. It's really more of a frequency recognition. Like think of it as the hairs coming together.
So I was just thinking if it was brighter light, that meant that you
It doesn't work that way. So you're thinking in linear terms.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're thinking in linear. So when you think in quantum, everything's circular. So there is no higher, there is no lower, there's no, you know, it's so funny when we first started on this path, I needed to know if my grandmother was up there in higher realms than my grandfather. It was crazy, like the silly things that we went through in the early days of channeling. And I was so in my head, you know. And so the guide said, well, you know, if you must think about it, like your grandmother is at about a 7, and your grandfather is more like at around 4. And I was like, I knew it. You know? But, you know, they were teaching us, you know, kindergarten, right? Because they said, you know, they call me Gaia, and they said that's really not relevant because it doesn't really work that way. It's really all 5D is it's a different dimensional shift in your thinking, your feeling, your consciousness. So there is no higher or lower. But I was happy to get that message.
It might be kind of
Yeah, it's just you're just floating in and out.
I would feel like be more.
Yeah, but remember, it's all here now. There is nowhere else.
No.
Yeah. 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 And the other thing that may start to happen is you're floating in and out, which we find astonishing. Maybe your iPhone was left somewhere in the house and then it's not there, and you know you left it in that place. You might have actually had a dimensional shift. Now, if we hadn't experienced this countless times, you know, we would have thought it was crazy, but it absolutely, you could be shifting in and out of timelines.
And have things.
Yeah, exactly. So just know, you know, just ground yourself after situations like that. You want to just stay grounded, and they're connecting with everybody in the room. So, yeah.
I had a question about Dark Night of the Soul with Clara. How do you work through that? I know for me, I'm feeling really high and great, and then I discovered that I haven't killed some of my wounds that I have.
Well, yeah.
It is time now.
I
I must step back.
Well, come by the booth. We'll talk a little bit more. But there's many dark nights of the soul. That's the thing they don't tell you. I think I've already had my dark night of the soul. Well, here comes another one. It's just there to expand us.
It is always an honor and privilege to be in the presence of very high light beings. Remember, that's who you are. Don't forget that.
You mentioned the shifting of time. Is that something that we can just do, shift timelines?
We're doing it right now.
And choose to stay in a different timeline?
Yes and no.
We'll speak.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to, because you're here for a reason. We're in this earth dimension for a reason. So yes, we can, but it's better to do it in dream time state, because then you can literally heal timelines forward and backwards.
I'm going to step
while
back
you're staying here.
and let Anthony be Anthony.
Yeah.
I will dim my light and let his light shine brighter. That's all I do. That's all you do. Be well, Gaia. I will see you. Thank you for receiving me.
Okay, they're leaving. She's leaving. All right, I'll think out. He's usually used to doing that sitting down, so it's a little more challenging standing up. Off we go. Bringing Anthony back to this dimension. You know, it's the same for us ever since the beginning, how they leave and how they come, whether we're at home alone, it's always the same. You back?
Yep.
My Italian's back.
Yes.
Yeah, so thank you for that. And, you know, we'd love to chat with you more, where we have a booth right as you walk in. It's filled with jewelry, so everyone thinks we only do jewelry. But that's only because Mary Magdalene came through 6 months ago and said, you're going to be making jewelry. But yes, so we're
Thank
doing
you all of you
sessions
for being
there
here. I appreciate it.
and our book. I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up the book, right? We'll be signing them at the booth if you want to grab a copy. And there's a lot of quantum teaching.
Enjoy yourself at the show.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EE System scalar wave healing technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity, then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube.
And we're live. I'm going to put the camera down just a little bit so that I can introduce our next speaker. My name is Allison, and I'm not your next speaker, but I wanted to welcome you on behalf of SoulSearch. We're very happy that you are here, and we are delighted to introduce Ragini Mishra. And her background, I am pulling it up right here, she is the co-founder of My Positivity Matters, a premier platform for personal growth. Ragini is very passionate about personal transformation, spirituality, and making a positive impact in people's lives. She is a digital marketing leader, and her vision for life is to use her skills and experience to serve humanity. Her personal ambition is to use her business and marketing skills to spread the wisdom and knowledge that has the potential to transform the masses. She believes that everyone has unlimited potential for personal growth once they realize their true selves. Over the past 4 years, Ragini has seen hundreds of lives transformed through MPM's dynamic coaching programs, where participants break through barriers and open up to new possibilities. In this exclusive session today, Ragini will lead group chanting and share the most effective and easy to apply strategies for overcoming personal challenges and stepping into a life of expanded potential. Thank you.
Hello everybody, welcome to My Positivity Matters mantra chanting. My name is Ragini and I'm very grateful to all of you to be coming here today and participating in this session today. And before we go ahead further in today's what I'm planning to share with you all, would like to give a little bit of a background. Everybody, they we all connect with our purpose, right? Sometimes we get the guidance from the universe in different ways, and we take that first step, right? So for me, that happened. I'm very grateful for my co-founder Nivedita Ganapati, who's also my guide, and tomorrow she will be also coming here to talk about and give the presentation on mantras and chanting as well. So she's my inspiration, and she helped me to connect and see something within me long back that I was not seeing, within myself. And so it's been like 5-6 years, and that helped me, to create connection with, my own self in a very profound way. And with that vision and experience, I wanted to bring this for more people, because I think once we are able to connect with our higher self and with our divine purpose, then the magic starts unfolding in our life, and you start to feel that the power and the peace, love, everything is within us only, but what we do is that unconsciously we start looking for all of that outside in our life, and we always fail because it's not outside. So ultimately we become unhappy and sad and depressed. But if we, instead of moving so much outside, if we can start that journey and finding and connecting with ourselves, and there are tools, there are practices, there are guides. So who can help us to do that? And once we do that, then the magic starts. Right? So with that, I would like to start and welcome you all today. I would like to do some invocation before we go ahead, as I do it always. Today, I want to make it a very experiential thing for you all. With that goal, I'm going to lead the session. So just give me 1 minute. I will do some prayer here for all of us, and then we will start, the topic. Let's do this group chant to invoke the blessings of Lord Ganesha, who is the remover of obstacles and grantor of success. We all can chant together if you know the mantra, or you can follow me. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahana Bhunatu Sahaviryam Karvavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shantihi Shantihi Shantihi. May He protect us all together. May He nourish us all together. May we work conjointly with great energy. May our today's session be vigorous and effective. May we not mutually dispute. Let there be peace in me. Let there be peace in my environment. Let there be peace in the forces that act on me. So for today's mantra chanting and for the meditation, I would like to give also some brief about the topic. And so I would wanted to talk a little bit about Mahavatar Babaji. And lately I've been connecting with him a lot. And I'm being guided to share more about him, to create awareness, and also if people are aware about him, also to deepen their connection with certain practices. So because Mahavatar Babaji is an eternal being who is still living on earth, and he is on active mission to elevate the consciousness of the mankind. And so when you, with that intention, you start invoking him, start connecting with him, he'll come very far, very easily. The only thing is the purity and the intention has to be there. If that is there, you don't need so much practices and so many things and complicated efforts and everything. You don't need that right now. It can be simple. It just needs pure intention. So if our hearts are pure, clean, then if we invoke him, he will come. So so I think this is about Mahavatar Babaji, like what is his role right now, and what is my positivity matters vision as well. It's pretty much in the same alignment where our platform's vision is to raise the collective consciousness. And when we all start becoming meditators, we add to the consciousness, right? Because one meditator can influence thousands of people in raising the consciousness. So, imagine so many people are not, like, I would say more than 90% people are not even thinking of these things, right? But we are lecturing here, we are thinking about chanting, improving ourselves and connecting with the divine. So we carry that potential as well as responsibility, right? So on a regular basis, if we can just meditate regularly and bless Mother Earth, connect with divine beings, help them in their calling, whatever. And that is, I think, for most part, I think, because we are living in this era right now where this transition is happening and where we are moving from this era to the next era and, with a higher consciousness. So, yeah, that is what it is. This book is about, I think you might know about this book, right? Many of the spiritual speakers, this is one of the favorite book of, it was one of the favorite book of Steve Jobs. In fact, in his funeral, he actually made sure that everybody who's coming, they get this book. Think about Apple's CEO distributing this book, right? It is one of the best seller, and compared to all the spiritual books, this is very, very, like people love this book. So this is the book that came in my life in 2012. Okay, and if we try to, like, if you look in the hindsight, like now when I understand that the spiritual awakening has been happening, and there are certain times where it's very rapid, right? So 2012 was one of the very important timeline for that. And this book came that time. I learned about Yogananda and Babaji at a very different level, at that point. But now when I look back, and then this book came very recently about Babaji. So this also connected with me a lot because Babaji's vision really aligned with what vision my positivity matter started, right? So I wanted to bring that kind of connection for more people. The way I felt guided and the way I started getting answers from him, I would like more people to connect with him and elevate the consciousness. Okay, so a little bit more about Babaji, I would like to, tell you. So Mahavatar Babaji is a deathless, eternal being of divine light, a living embodiment of peace and awakening, who serves beyond religion, path, or tradition. His mission is to awaken humanity's divine potential, preserve dharma, and guide sincere souls to self-realization through peace, service, and inner light. He is not bound by form, religion, or time. His presence is eternal, his mission is universal, and his guidance is deeply personal for every soul who calls to him with sincerity. Babaji resides beyond time and form in the sacred Himalayan realms, yet his energy flows to those who are ready. He is a source of Kriya Yoga, a path of breath, stillness, and energy mastery, and appears to seekers not always in body, but through intuition, breath, and presence. Babaji's current mission on earth is to guide humanity inward, to help us awaken, serve, and radiate peace from the soul outward, Today we open to His presence, align with His light, and allow His grace to flow through our breath, words, and actions. Let peace rise, let service guide, let Babaji's eternal light awaken the truth within. So, okay, so this is a little bit about Mahavatar Babaji. Later on, you can Google and also learn more about on your own as well, because it's very fascinating. The more you learn about him, and yeah, so with that, we can move to the next segment because this is about chanting today and the group chanting. So we'll do some chants and you can follow along with me, and then we'll do some bhajan to invoke the presence of Lord Ram and Hanuman. So, and this is, by the way, this is the mantra to invoke the presence of Babaji. So we all can do together. And the mantra is Om Kriya Babaji Nama Om. So we'll do 7 times. Om Kriya Babaji Nama Om. 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 We'll do some chanting to balance our chakras. And even before that, I would like if we all can just take some deep breaths and ground ourselves, connect with Mother Earth. If possible, remove your shoes and just be a little bit grounded and connect with Earth. So let's just do some deep breathing. We'll do the chanting for all the chakras, as I said, and it will help us to really balance ourselves because then we can feel even more. Once we are balanced, then we can connect with the divine even better. So we'll just do some chants here. For the root chakra, we all have 7 chakras. So I'll not go into details because we have limited time. I'll just tell you the sound of the chakra, the name of the chakra, and we can just follow the guidance. The very first root chakra, the location is base of the spine, so we can visualize, and the sound is Lam. See a vibrant red lotus spinning at the base of your spine. As you chant Lam, feel yourself rooted to the earth, steady and unshakable. Take a deep breath and chant Lam. The second chakra, sacral chakra. Location is below the navel. The mantra is Vam. See a glowing orange lotus at your lower abdomen. As you chant Vam, feel your creativity, joy, and flow awakening. Let's chant Vam. The third chakra, the solar plexus. sound is rum above the navel at the stomach. See a radiant yellow lotus blooming at your stomach. As you chant rum, feel your inner power and confidence grow like the sun. Chant Heart chakra. Location is center of the chest. Mantra is Yam. See a glowing green lotus at your heart. You chant Yam. Feel unconditional love and compassion pouring through you. Chant Yam. The fifth chakra, throat chakra. Location is a throat area. Mantra is Hum. See a bright blue lotus spinning at your throat. As you chant Hum, feel your throat flowing clearly and freely. Chant Third eye chakra. Location is between the eyebrows. Mantra is Om. See a deep indigo lotus opening at your brow. As you chant Om, feel your intuition and vision sharpening. Chant the crown chakra. The location is top of the head. The mantra is silent awareness or Om. See 1,000-petaled lotus of brilliant white or violet light opening at the crown of your head. Feel the connection to the infinite as light pours through you. The optional chant. You can do 11 times Om Namah Shivaya chant. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Om 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 Namah Shivaya. Now we'll chant this mantra, which I'm really connecting with recently. And it's a powerful chakra, a powerful mantra to balance our Ida and Pingala, yin and yang. And you can left side, right side. So, you know, the mind and the soul. The mantra is Prana Apana Sushumna Hari. And the meaning is, let the life force Prana and the eliminating force Apana unite in the central channel Sushumna. And may the divine Hari remove all obstacles, bringing balance, light, and spiritual awakening. This mantra aligns the breath, awakens the energy body, and prepares the path for inner peace and higher states of consciousness. So we'll do this 11 times. Very simple, so you can just follow me. Prana Apana Sushumna Hari. Hari Har Hari Har Hari Har Hari. Prana Apana Sushumna Hari. Hari Har Hari Har Hari Har Hari. Prana Apana Sushumna Hari. Hari Har Hari Har Hari Har Hari. Prana Apana Sushumna Hari. Hari Har Hari Har Hari Har Hari. Prana Apana Sushumna Hari. Hari Har Hari Har Hari Har Hari. Prana Apana Sushumna Hari. Hari Har Hari Har Hari Har Hari. Prana Apana Sushumna Hari. Hari Har Hari Har Hari Har Hari. Prana Apana Sushumna Hari. Hari Har Hari Har Hari Har Hari. Prana Apana Sushumna Hari. Hari Har Hari Har Hari Har Hari. Prana Apana Sushumna Hari. Hari Har Hari Har Hari Har Hari. Close your eyes. Take a couple of deep breaths. Feel yourself seated upon the earth, rooted, grounded, and present. Visualize a gentle golden light rising from the earth. entering your feet, your legs, and your spine. This light is Earth's awakening energy, rising within you. Now place your attention in your heart. Visualize a radiant flame, the flame of courage, devotion, and divine strength. This is the Hanuman energy within you. Powerful, fearless, unwavering. Breathe into this flame. Feel it expand through your chest, your throat, your mind. Let this light dissolve all fear, self-doubt, and heaviness. Now above you, feel the presence of Babaji, a radiant being of light. He places his hand above your crown, and a stream of golden light flows into your body. You are being activated, supported, and guided. Feel peace, feel clarity, feel strength. Affirm silently. I am grounded in light. I am connected to earth and source. I awaken my inner strength. I walk my divine path with courage. Babaji's message for all of us. Be still and know the light within. You have walked long, seeking, striving, waiting. Now is the time to remember. The peace you seek is already in you. The love you long for is your nature. The light you chase, you are that light. I am not distant. I am in your breath, your stillness, your truth. Let not the world pull you away from your essence. Stand in love, walk in peace, serve with joy. The path is not outside, it is within. And every step you take in love, I walk with you. Let your life be your prayer. Let your breath be your offering. You're not small, you are divine. Remember and rise. I am with you now and always. Mahavatar Babaji. Take a few deep breaths and slowly return to the space when ready. So today is a Ram Navami, is a very important and a very auspicious occasion as per in Hinduism. And so I would like to chant this bhajan, sing this bhajan dedicated to Lord Ram. So if you know this bhajan, then sing along, or you can just immerse into the divine bliss, Lord Ram. रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम 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 भज प्यारे तू सीताराम। रघुपति राघव राजा राम, बदीन पावन सीताराम। सीताराम सीताराम, भज प्यारे तो सीताराम। सुंदर विग्रह मेघाश्याम, गंगा तुलसी राम। गंगा तुलसी शालिग्राम, रघुपति राघव राजा राम, पतित पावन सीताराम। भद्रगिरीश्वर सीताराम, भगत जन प्रिय सीताराम। भद्रगिरीश्वर सीताराम, भगत जन प्रिय सीताराम। रघुपति राघव राजा राम, पतित पावन सीताराम। जानकी रमणा सीताराम, जय जय राघव सीताराम। जानकी रमणा सीताराम, जय जय राघव सीताराम। रघुपति राघव राजा राम, पतित पावन सीताराम। राम राम जय राजा राम, राम राम जय सीताराम। राम राम जय राजा राम, राम राम जय सीताराम। राम राम जय राजा राम, राम राम जय सीताराम। राम राम जय राजा राम, राम राम जय सीताराम। So the closing invocation. Om Purnamadam Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadai Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shantihi Shantihi Shantihi. The ultimate reality, Brahman, is complete. The universe, being a manifestation of that reality, is also complete. Even if a part is taken from the whole remains unaffected, symbolizing the eternal and unchanging nature of the divine. Thank you. This is what I prepared for you all, and if you'd like to explore, then definitely explore these books and learn more about this. It's going to be very helpful, especially in today's times of transition. And you can also explore our website, mypositivitymatters.com, for more guidance. And we have different programs, daily coaching, that is offered by my coach Nivedita Ganapati. So she has a lot of mastery over that, as she learns scriptures, and she helps to create some programs that people can practice, and when they do that, it helps them in their evolution. So with that is the end. But if you have anything else. Okay. How was the experience? You and I. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the group is very powerful, and so I think with the group when we chat and walk, it definitely helps. I heard you before, so you know how it is. Oh, you came before?
San Jose.
Oh, San Jose. You attended the other one?
2 months ago?
Yes. Oh, happy to see you again. Thank you for coming. Yeah. We do more. I mean, as I'm getting all this, this is not something that I've been doing for a long time. Just something is coming up in my awareness, and only I'm sharing. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Thank you for coming.
Where can we find it?
Huh?
Where can we find it? Here.
Yeah, so this one, my website is mypositivitymatters.com. I'll give you actually what is the flyer for our next program. This is where this is our workshop. I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EE System scalar wave healing technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put a little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity, then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EE System Scalar Wave Healing Technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put the little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive in to the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful, higher consciousness energy activations. Realign your mind, body, and spirit with your highest potential. Tap into deep peace and transformation. Don't miss this chance to raise your vibration and step into your highest self. Tune in live every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific. Join us every Wednesday at 7 a.m. for the Radiant Mind Meditation with Dr. John Gray, the #1 trusted relationship expert, the author of Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. What many people don't know is that John Gray spent 9 years as a celibate monk and the personal assistant to the founder of Transcendental Meditation. During this time, he learned powerful meditation practices and techniques, which he has developed and refined for the last 50 years. He now brings us his resonance, wisdom, and energy every week on Wednesdays at 7 a.m. on the SoulSearch Instagram Live, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Join us every Wednesday. Get ready for the SoulSearch Rohnert Park, Sonoma County Enlightenment Expo and Psychic and Healing Fair, happening Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the DoubleTree by Hilton, Sonoma Wine Country. Experience a weekend of awakening, healing, and high-frequency connection with spiritual teachers, intuitive readers, holistic vendors, and energy workers. Explore our special biohacking section featuring the EE System scalar wave healing technology. Attend transformational talks all weekend. It's free to attend with advanced registration. Come raise your vibration, discover new tools for healing, and connect with your soul tribe. We'll see you at the SoulSearch Expo April 12th and 13th.
I'm hoping to be able to put the little light of hope in people's mind, even if their daily life may not change. When there is that hope, there's a big difference in the way they live. So you see in the world now, a lot of people, everyone's working towards the transformation of the world, climate changes, ecological and peace. Sharing is the key to solve the problems of the world. But who would take it seriously? What if it's true that the great teachers like the Christ or Buddha were to come into the modern world now and guide and inspire humanity? Then proposition of sharing may not be too far-fetched. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men.
Dive into the spiritual art and the prophetic message of Benjamin Creme, the awakening consciousness of humanity, and the presence of a world teacher among us today. I know you'll find this series enlightening and compelling. Join us for all 5 episodes. Awaken, align, activate. Join Sacred Fire alchemist Charlie Lamson every Thursday at 8 a.m. Pacific for a live enlightenment, activation, and meditation. Streaming on SoulSearch Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and SoulSearch TV. Start your day with powerful